time, even 30 seconds early, arguably. Yeah, about 30 seconds early, something like that. Things taking a long time to do the thing to the stuff, so we're gonna just babble
Nice.
incoherently for a second here, and then finally I'll hand it off to D. It's still doing the thing, it's still doing the stuff. It's still setting up, apparently. All right, there we go. Go for it, D. Tell people who's allowed to be here, please.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. Back to you,
It
Senor
still says it's setting
Midoro.
up. This is really annoying. What is taking so long?
It says live here.
All right, it's finally live. Jesus H. Christ. Well, whatever. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this fine evening for me. Perhaps it's nighttime for some of you folks. For example, for D, it's nighttime. For some of you folks, it might even be afternoon, or even it's a little bit too early to be morning for anybody that watches the show, but in a couple hours it will be. So we might be here, ladies and gentlemen. It all depends on the scope of the conversation. Sometimes the show is fairly short. Sometimes it's quite long into the night, even.
Just like how your mother
And
likes it.
that's right, exactly right. And
Quebec.
Dee knows it pretty well. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to set everything up. For some reason, it's taking me a long time today. There we go. Nobody in the chat so far. We don't have a green light from Bud yet. 7-Eleven, ladies and gentlemen. Go get yourself a hot dog. But oh, does that mean that I missed? Oh my God, I missed 7-Eleven day yesterday. Fuck a duck with a truck. I was gonna go get my free Slurpee. I totally missed my 7-Eleven day. God fucking damn it. Whatever.
Oh.
I can go there today and be like, "Excuse me, can I get my free Slurpee? It's 7-12, bro. I'm just a little stoned and late. I don't know. It's like the stoner spot, bro." Anyway, whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for joining us. We're going to be here for a little bit. I'm going to hop on and not hop on. I'm going to post the link here so you guys can hop on. That's what I was trying to say. There you go. Nice one, D. So first
Hell.
comment in the chat is going to be me giving you guys the link to hop on here. Feel free to hop on here, ladies and gerbils. There's a
Oh.
new thing with YouTube. It's this Experience King thing. I don't even know what it is called. But they actually sent me like an email about it the other day, but I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, should have apparently blown my nose before the show. So anyway, evidently, whoever's the most active in the chat basically becomes like the king of the chat or something. So I don't remember if this channel accepts super chats. So that's apparently one of the ways to do it. But I really don't remember if this channel takes them because this channel is kind of a smaller channel. So I don't know if it's been monetized in that way. But you can totally click on stuff. I don't know. D should already be king. Maybe because he's the moderator, he can't be. But then I was moderator because I logged in with Fumiter and the Flavors, and I'm apparently number one. All right, whatever. We'll figure it out as time goes.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Kind of bizarre that nobody's here in the chat yet, so I guess we'll give it a second. Ladies and gerbils, please do hop on. We'd love to have the conversation rolling for some time. I'm going to make D the co-host here. Boom, shakalaka. There we go. Co-host. Take a quick drink. Go for a D, actually, while I take a drink. What's going on?
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks, everybody, that tuned into the pre-show on my channel. Don't forget to find me on Instagram at D_zombie_. And I'm smoking on a couple of different things. And I got some blueberry hash, Afghan style
Nice.
again.
Right
I
on.
had to actually call. I actually had to look around all the different legal market stores just to find this one kind,
Hmm.
and they only had two left in stock.
Oh, all right. Right on.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah,
Cheers, Joseph Anthony. That's lucky. And that's the perfect kind of luck too, because you don't have to feel bad that you took the last one and
yeah,
poor Tommy drove across Ontario to get that. I
yeah.
was just coming just for that. I drove 400 miles. Jesus Christ. What's up, Couch Flyer? Good to see you, buddy. Long time no see, Couch Flyer. Good indeed to see you. Folks, remember, excuse me, to switch to live chat. Apparently hiccuping like crazy now too. Remember to switch to live chat, folks, for a superior chatting experience. It get a little bit less filtered. The chats come in the order that they were received. YouTube's a little bit overzealous these days, very overzealous, honestly, because they sometimes filter my own comments. They're very zealous, overzealous filtering comments. And sometimes in the live chat, you'll actually see people's comments. Sometimes people get shadow banned. Very weird. I have nothing to do with it. I promise I didn't shadow
Maybe
ban
I am.
VT or any of those folks. What's that, D?
Maybe I'm shadow banned. That's why I can't see all this king and queen crap.
I can see it. I don't know. I think you probably just didn't update your computer or something. I don't know.
I don't
Um,
know.
because it's through YouTube, so it should have updated already, but maybe your browser is old. That could be it. Maybe your brow if your
I don't
browser
know.
is super old, it may not have enabled this functionality. Perhaps. Well,
Oh, I don't
I'm
know.
gonna have a little joint of. Oh, you know what? I actually have. What pocket is it in? I've got.
I got something in my front pocket for
I sure
you.
do.
I got something in my front
Some
pocket.
GMO diamonds. These are actually on the older side, but what the fuck? Yeah, they still smell like GMO. I'm going to supercharge this Oblivion joint with GMO diamonds, which is going to be
Nice.
oddly enough kind of an odd combo because Oblivion is very head high and the GMO is not as much of a head high, of course. But whatever, it's going to be an interesting joint, that's for sure. Hop on, folks. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to chit
Yeah.
chat about whatever floats your boat this time of day. Saturdays, usually we kind of chill out and goof off. I'm hoping I still haven't had a chance to really edit it and do the work, but I'm hoping still because I have a couple days to do it. On Tuesday, hoping to rebroadcast what was it, the Romulan episode first, I believe, and then hopefully I'll try to rebroadcast the Romulan and Seattle Chronic the week after that. I need to get back trying to get some interviews because I really quite enjoy doing those interviews. I've just wanted to get some of those old episodes back. By the way, a weird thing. I've been going back and forth whether or not to talk about it because it's one of those things. It's like the weather; you can't really control it. I don't have any new haters. I don't think. Thankfully, I hope not.
Yeah.
It's easy
Knock
apparently
on wood.
to accumulate new ones. Shit on a brick. You're not lying, D. But I have some old ones that just won't seem to go away, like an old fucking rash. They just keep coming back. And the one, Stevie Pooh, he is mega butthurt at me for I don't know exactly what reason, but I guess basically because of that conference from a couple of years ago. He tells a very strange story of that conference. I've never once changed my story from that conference. I could tell it again. It's not worth it. I've told it before. Uh, he, from what I understood, also was owed money. So it's a very strange situation that he turned into such a fucking weirdo. But it is what it is. And evidently, he's talking about me again, big mad, and telling everybody that I stole Coot's seats, which is kind of amusing, honestly, because I'm just like, okay, so what do you mean? Like, do you mean that I like snuck in a French burglar costume with the stripes? You know what I mean? Fucking
Oh.
not even Inspector Clouseau, but Pink Panther style. Dun dun dun. And by the way, like Coot has had me at his house, not for a couple of years because we're not friends anymore for some reason, but he's had me at his house. He had me
Oh.
and my ex-girlfriend over at his house for dinner. I was over at his house multiple times, on and on and on. But okay, apparently I was a big thief. So evidently, with my knowledge of Coot's whereabouts, I snuck in like a cat burglar and found his stash of seeds and absconded with a bag of seeds. Or like what else? What like they
He
keep bringing
stole
it up. He fucking
recipes.
emailed me. They emailed me from the Jesus Christ, I even hesitate to say their fucking name, but the fucking Wednesday show, the Dollar Tree version of this show, I guess, right?
Dollar Tree.
He emailed me from his fucking show account, which I was just like, okay, this is new. And then I got a couple of confirmations. Apparently, there I cannot watch that show, so I couldn't for $1 million go and check what they were talking about. But thankfully, I got an email. Well, I don't know. Thankfully, I would rather not get this email, to be honest. But I got an email, nice one, D, that they were talking about me stealing seeds and people are mega butthurt and stuff. So I'm just like, okay, literally, what are they talking about? I swear to shit, what are they talking about? What seeds did I steal from Coot? Like, do I sell them on my website? Do I do I give them to people? Do I hoard them in a bag like a dragon? I'm just like, this is an obvious lie. I mean, it's an obvious, ridiculous fucking lie. Like, oh, I stole Coot's seeds. He says this about basically everybody, by the way, about the guy in Seattle that he supposedly got ripped off by Kiss, by this. Like, literally everybody in the fucking world apparently has ripped off Coot. But in the meantime, what are the seeds that I supposedly stole? Like, I'm just honest to it's been 3 fucking years of this shit. 3 fucking years of this goddamn nonsense. Uh, what was I gonna say? Oh, I guess I'll skip that whole part. It's kind of ridiculous. I was like, oh, just it's obvious who's reporting my channel, right? But I'm just like, honestly, what on earth are these idiots alleging? Because apparently people watch this show, they watch that show, and they're like, oh, they make interesting points. I'm gonna unsubscribe from Fumi. And I'm like, okay, so what are they alleging? What were they alleging that is so intriguing that people would unsubscribe from me? Part of me thinks if people are so gullible that they would kind of take those people's word for it, mazel tov, enjoy your life without me, right? But it's just like I'm honestly genuinely curious at this point. Like it's become a morbid fascination at this point for me. What the fuck do they think that I took from Coot? Like, why would I take seeds from Coot in the first place? Like, I've said multiple times that I'm not interested in working with his shit. So it's like, what seeds would I have taken from him? I'm genuinely curious about this. What would I have done with them? Like people have emailed me, thankfully not for a few months, but people emailed me for fucking months. They kept telling me different people. It was the weirdest shit. Like different people, they were like, "You feminized Coot seeds," and I'm like, that's news to me. Have you ever seen any feminized seeds on my website? Have you ever heard me talk about my feminized seeds? Have you heard me talk about seeds that I have that are feminized? Just on and on and on and on. Just it's fucking ridiculous. But these people are like, you stole kids. Da, 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 da." Meanwhile, Coot tried to give out some of his spectacular genetics, like the Pakalolo, and nobody wants them. Nobody wanted them anymore. Nobody talks about them anymore. Among the only seeds that Coot ever gave me, so Coot gave me, and I've said this before, Coot gave me three little packets of seeds. The one packet of Coot Special that he handed me in a parking lot. His wife was there and his dog. It was the parking lot of Guitar Center in Clackamas. And he said, he gave me a little story of where they came from, and he said, have fun. Doesn't sound like I stole those seeds, right?
Right.
Second time, he gave me, also in a parking lot, because that's apparently where we always fucking met, a packet of Pakalolo, whatever the fuck it was called. Not Pakalolo Perps, but Pakalolo something. You know what I'm talking about. People know what I'm talking about. And specifically, I was supposed to give it out to people from my show. And he specifically mentioned, I was kind of surprised. He specifically mentioned a few people on the show. So he obviously knew those people kind of by name. He mentioned Smash, the Noob, and gosh, I don't remember right now because it's been like fucking 3 years. Honestly, it has been 3 fucking years. It was that long ago that he gave me those fucking seeds. Anyway, so I gave those seeds out. I gave them to Smash. I gave them to a bunch of people. Gave them out with some freebies and so on and so forth. And a couple people on the show got those seeds. A couple people who are no longer on the show.
Not
I
me.
can't swear that Wes got them, but I'm willing to bet that I sent them to him. But it doesn't matter, honestly.
I didn't.
You didn't get them? I'm sorry.
No, for the record. That's okay.
You didn't get them? I'm sorry. I thought I sent them to you. But well, anyway, I didn't have many. He didn't send me like 500
Oh, I
seeds or
don't need
something.
them.
He gave me the Pakalolo was literally 10 or 15 packs. It wasn't a huge amount of seeds. It was just kind of a
Mm.
reward for people, basically. And I remember talking about it. I was unfortunate those shows are all fucking private now. But if I could find the show, I could prove that I'm actually telling the truth. I just lost my train of thought. What the fuck? Um, I'm not even that high, honestly. I had a joint before the show, but that was like an hour ago. Um,
Come on, let's look
Space
some
Cadet,
banter.
fucking Space Cadet. Oh, I was
That's
talking to the
fun.
Pocalola. Well, whatever. I was talking about the Pocalola perps, and I can't remember exactly what I was going to say, but I was talking about I
You
was
never
supposed to
had
give
too
out
many.
the. Pardon?
Yeah. He didn't have too many seeds to
That's
give
it.
away to
Basically,
people.
I had I think 10 or 15 packs
Yeah.
worth, basically, and I think I didn't even give them out as 10 packs. I think I gave them out. I won't swear to this, but I think I gave them out as like 6 or 8 packs or something
Right on.
because I wanted more people to have them. At the time, I thought it was something interesting, and I didn't keep any for myself. Most important, I didn't even keep anything for myself because I didn't have enough, and I wasn't super interested in it. I didn't have time for it, honestly, at the time. And candidly, I just ran out. I thought maybe I was going to get more seeds from him. I thought we were going to still be friends. And then he gave me another packet of the Coot Special that was about 50 seeds. That was also basically to give out. It could have been maybe a little bit more. It could have been like 70 seeds, but it was a small packet. I guess I don't have one in front of me,
Yeah.
but it was a small packet of seeds. It wasn't a fucking bag of seeds or some shit. And the specific goal, again, this untested Coot Special stuff that apparently I'm the only person that kept growing and actually worked with. Because everybody else I heard Smashed grew, a few other people grew it. They just didn't like it. It was too lemony or it was too piney or it was too tall, too lanky, whatever, blah, blah, blah. People didn't seem to like it. But I found a couple of phenotypes that I really quite liked, especially for the stuff that I was looking for. To me, none of that sounds like a theft. By the way, I didn't pop any Coot Special seeds from that second bag. I only had from the original bag of seeds that was literally like 15 seeds. It wasn't 100 fucking seeds for me to go have fun with. It was literally a little bit more than 10 seeds, but it was, I think, about 15 seeds. It was not 20 seeds for 100% sure.
Hmm.
What am I trying to say? That's it. That's all. One time he gave me two clones. He gave me, I think the same time that he gave me the Pacalola seeds. Maybe he gave me the Pacalola seeds and the Coot Special seeds and two clones at the same time. But now I'm forgetting, honestly. That part I don't remember. But he gave me T.O., he gave me Agnes, which was the other version of the, oh, I'm not forgetting it right now, but it was fuck a duck with 10 trucks. It was that DJ short line. It was the, oh, it's on the tip of my fucking tongue. Velvet the fuck. I just keep thinking Velvet Underground. What does Lou Reed have to do with this? And fucking Nico. Um, doesn't matter. It was called Agnes, right? So two clones. And that was it. That was it. That was all the seeds or clones that he ever gave me. And so I'm just
Hmm.
honestly just really curious at this point. I mean, they're obviously fucking trolling. They're obviously trolling. But the problem is people take up the story. People always love to think that they know the inside scoop, right? And most people don't know the inside scoop because most of us are not very well connected. And so I've found this on and on and on and on again that people just run with these fucking batshit rumors. Like a few years ago, Raptor was telling everybody that I was both a CIA, NSA, and FBI agent, like a super agent, apparently. And this is just inherently stupid, right? Like you'd have to be
Dumb.
so dumb to believe anything that someone like Jesus Christ. If someone were an agent, maybe one of those, right? Maybe FBI. Do I seem like an agent? I really don't think so, but that's okay. If you're stupid, maybe you could think I was one. But if I were a triple agent for the, maybe add the KGB too, you fucking idiot. Anyway, this was a serious fucking thing that they were doing. I think they were joking, but it was a rumor that took off because apparently people are just dumb, like gullible and dumb. And so what happens is it poisons the well. That's why I'm talking about it right now. Like I was gonna not talk about it, but I'm just like, this shit poisons the well. And you can't not respond to it because then it continues to poison the well, but also in the act of responding to it, you legitimize it. And now by responding to it, oh, they're going to talk about it again probably next Wednesday and plan whatever. You know what I mean? It's fucking dumb. And it's just like, where do they even come up with this shit? Like, Poten and I were at Coot's
Uh,
house, not a
that's
year,
the
but
problem.
almost a year after he gave me those seats at his house. But apparently I stole his seats or some shit. It's just it's really fucking smooth-brained, knuckle-dragging crap. But these guys bring it up and bring it up and bring it. And by the way, Steve's that fucking guy that he was emailing me all that Nazi shit and the fucking, oh my God, it's great that a Jewish hospital got hit. Like that's that fucking lunatic, honestly. So the same fucking guy is talking, oh, where's those seeds you stole, Fumi? And I wouldn't take it seriously at all. Like I laughed about it when he emailed me. It was fucking literally just hilarious that this guy won't give this shit up for three fucking because he knows he's lying. He knows he's trolling. And this is nothing. He has nothing better to do than to troll some fucking guy from Oregon. It's comical, honestly.
Hmm.
But then when I get emails that like some of my subscribers are leaving, I'm just like, the fuck smooth brain shit is this? Honestly. You know, like I say, part of me is like, okay, go away. You know, if you don't like my show, if you don't like me, whatever, you don't I'm not holding your fucking hand. I'm not holding your throat to be here or some shit, you know what I mean? Like leave, you know what I mean?
Not holding
But
a
at the
gun to
same
his
time,
head.
I would like to just be able to live my life. You know, like without any of this fucking smooth brain shit. It's
Mhm.
incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Anyway, one of these days, no, 100% hate-filled crap, dude. It's really incredible. It's incredible. Cheers, by the way, Jeff. 100% not a hate-filled guy. I've never seen Jeff be like, "Blah, blah, blah," never once, never once. Jeff is, be like Jeff, dude. Seriously, we need a t-shirt. Be like Jeff. He gets high. He talks about interesting
Yeah.
shit. You know, and he doesn't cause
Oh.
any problems by being an asshole.
Oh.
Be like Jeff, my friends. Come on. Holy shit on a stick. It's incredible. Anyway, cheers, by the way, folks. Where are you guys at? Joseph Anthony's in the house. It's not a breeder, Jeff. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Jeff's asking, could a breeder? No. You can see that by the shit he did. Joseph Anthony, I mean, he'll talk shit about every other breeder. He's one of those kinds of guys. He's one of those kinds of guys that's kind of intrinsic poison. When they walk into a room, they're there to divide instead of contribute. And you see that in the way he talks about gardening groups, gardening communities, other people. He's always got some poison to spread about people. I've got text messages about what he thinks about Potent, that he spends time on his show now. Comical, comical, comical. Basically, what it is Have you guys ever heard the expression, if somebody will gossip with you, they will gossip about you? And that's something I realized about people like Coot and others a long time ago, that when you hear them spew bile to you as if it's some kind of a secret, it just means that they're going to turn around and do it to somebody else. And it really doesn't matter what they said about that person. You think logically, because you're maybe a reasonable person, you think, oh, surely they wouldn't turn around to that person and spew
Oh,
bile and just completely turn around what like ignore what they thought about that person. No, that completely irrelevant. What they think about people, people are toys to those people. It's essentially sociopathic behavior. They're just amusing themselves, kind of like uh not Randy, but fucking Broflovsky, Daddy Broflovsky, who's the fucking troll. He's just amusing himself. Anyway, what's up, Captain? Welcome.
Hey, how are
hey,
you guys
Cap.
doing?
We're goofing off here. I keep threatening to roll a joint, and I still haven't. Dr. Leave You Alone's in the house. Good to see you, buddy.
You
Yeah,
know what?
100% Joseph Anthony. He talks about one plant he made. Not even he made.
Uh-oh.
His team of
Oh, and
guys made
then,
it, and he famously picked one of the plants. There was no breeding involved. Give me a fucking break. Uh,
right on, Cap.
Couple glasses of this, and there'd be a
yeah,
lot
no,
of
that's not
breeding
true.
involved.
J5. If that's what they're saying, it's just not true. Coot did give me those seeds. It was the Pacololo that was supposed to give out, and then also the Coot Special. And I 100% gave them out. Why would I be hoarding them? I have no need for them anymore. I literally bred with the selections that I made, and I no longer need to hunt from those selections anymore. Like I have my own stuff. It's really ridiculous. So why would I be hoarding those seeds? It's not logical. If you've ever heard me talk, I don't hoard seeds. I'm always talking about. I don't buy people's stuff
Uh,
that I can't grow. I don't take freebies from stuff that I know I won't grow. I'm always talking about. I don't fucking hoard seeds. Why would I be hoarding Coot seeds? Somebody that I can't fucking stand anymore. Somebody whose shit I wouldn't grow with your goddamn dirt. It makes no logical fucking sense.
that
And
doesn't
most
make
importantly,
sense.
I sent those fucking cocksuckers. Steve, for sure, I handed him the seeds. That miserable fuck knuckle. I handed him the fucking seeds. He got them from me. Cocksucker. Anyway, it is what it is. So they can make up 15 other lies. That's the thing, like what's the expression? A lie gallops to Damascus while you're walking to Jerusalem or some shit. So it's a super old expression. I can't remember how it goes, but basically what it is like you can't compete with these lies because as soon as I fucking start, oh, look at that fireworks. As soon as you start basically kind of batting down one lie, that just makes something else up. It doesn't fucking matter.
Oh,
If it's not one thing, it's another. They'll be like, oh, he was selling Coots clones, or he was selling Coots fucking liver, or he was selling Coots kidney water. Who the fuck knows? What's going on, G5? Oh, he's muted or something. Frozen. Am I frozen?
Yeah, show us fireworks. We want light show.
tell the truth
Mom's
is on.
bitching that the 7 foot tall cannabis plant next to her tomato plants are taking all the sun,
um, I have that
trying to
situation kind of
blame me
shaping
for
up right
bad
now.
tomatoes.
I've got all my plants in a row basically. It's not exactly a row because they kind of turn around a little bit, I guess it's like an L basically. Like Pine Sol is off on the L essentially. Anyway, right over by Sour Morgana, basically between Sour Morgana and Ice Cream Cake. Actually, I haven't moved Oaxacan Thunderfuck yet. She's not in the ground yet. She's kind of in a big pot, so she's kind of there also. So it's basically Sour Morgana, Oaxacan Thunderfuck, and Ice Cream Cake. And in front of them, this now fucking behemoth plum tomato. Like I put it in a few weeks ago, and it was just a 1 gallon tomato, but it has exploded. And the thing is, okay, here comes J5 again. uh it's competing for light with like all the plant not competing for light competing for space, and it keeps trying to climb up the plants and shit. I keep like redirecting it, and poor tomato, I'm like, oh my God, in a few weeks here Sour Morgana is going to be shading it on one side, Ice Cream Cake's going to be shading on the other side. So I'm like, oh, poor fucking tomato, hopefully it'll flower first. But it is an interesting smell, and it's very interesting to see similarities of the plants because when they're right next to each other, you can kind of, well, you can smell the differences and the similarities, I guess, right? That's one of the reasons why when people do
Yes.
taste tests, they oftentimes have two things right next to each other so you can see the differences. But it's fun to smell the similarities of the tomatoes right next to cannabis. And then, for example, sour Morgana is really skunky and stuff. It's really funny. But anyway.
Oh, it's driving me nuts.
We can hear them, but we can't really see them, J5. You know what? Maybe if you, there you go.
There
If
we
you put
go.
the phone, yeah, exactly. And if you put it straight, the phone will be able to lower the frame rate a little bit. There you go.
Wow, that was cool.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, I'm on good drugs tonight.
Perfect timing.
Ooh. Oh. Oh. Silent Truth was on earlier, showing off fireworks.
Oh, was
He
he?
was,
What the fuck's the
yeah.
Yeah.
excuse? July 12th is just random fireworks? Oh, that was a tiny bit.
Well, they couldn't shoot them off last week because everybody else was, so they didn't
I
want to be
see.
special.
I gotcha. Makes sense.
Hey, I love to watch fireworks every day of the week.
Right.
I love light shows.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, man. Especially with paper.
I've been known to throw some.
Throw some fireworks.
With paper.
Fireworks, paper, light shows,
Oh, I
everything.
gotcha. I gotcha.
Ah. Oh. All right.
I think that's why I'm going to a festival, not this next weekend, but the weekend after. My friend keeps on giving me flyers for it. And it's like, yeah, okay. You want me to come to this? I know why. You want me to bring the fun. So they're going to have a dome with light shows and everything on the inside of it. I hope it's fucking cool.
Hmm.
I hope they have like a air conditioner cooler in there.
By the way,
Instead, just a
this show is
spear out
for
and
educational and entertainment purposes only, folks. Information as well, I suppose you could say, but please don't emulate or copy anything that we're doing. Obviously, we're not role models or mentors or yo daddy or yo mama. So
by no way follow
be a normal
me.
person. That's it. That's it.
I'm a wayward ship.
Follow me for a trail of farts.
Yep. The bourbon tastes good tonight.
Right on. Should go buy a bottle of bourbon one of these days. I've been missing it.
Ooh.
Oh, it's so nice having a good chair.
Your chair is underrated, buddy.
Hey, I was sitting in that camping chair for a long time.
That's true. You ain't lying.
And yeah, I went out and spent $400 on a chair.
Oh no shit. Oh, I'm not looking at it, so I can't see. Is it an indoor chair or what?
It's like an Ames chair,
Oh, right on.
that 1950s modern style, mid-century modern.
We're loading this one up, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what she said.
Yes, sir.
I keep on hearing these fucking fireworks go off, and it sounds to me like nitrous tanks.
Yeah.
Hey man,
Hello,
you need to
Kanye.
put more fucking Brillo pad in there to cut down the gas a little bit.
Mhm.
Make a
Gunshot.
silencer. I was talking with a friend of mine that I've actually had to throw out a couple normal festivals because he was selling too much gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the new big thing I hear in this out there.
I don't know if it's
Nitrous.
new. Beck was singing about
Balloon.
it freaking how many years ago?
Fuck, man. I'm still paying. It's now $7 a pound. You know how many balloons you can
By
blow
the
up
way,
with a
for legal
pound?
reasons, because obviously fucking Stevie Pooh will be reporting this show. For legal reasons, we are talking about licensed dentistry only, ladies and gentlemen.
Mhm.
This is food grade.
Captain was a licensed dentist once upon a time in
A
Albania.
Those aren't
chef.
buoys.
I'm a chef. Fumi, get it right.
For the sake of this
Those aren't.
story, you are a licensed dentist. And now shut the fuck up and
Okay.
don't say anything more because it's a guarantee that that cocksucking fuckbag will report this show. So, trash can almighty.
Those ain't buoys.
My last show got age restricted not once but twice somehow. So,
Wow. These are nice
Wow.
fireworks.
don't ask me why that guy wouldn't find something else to do with his life, but that's not my problem, I guess. It is actually my problem, but that part of the issue is not my problem.
Nice fat one. Nice fat one.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Ooh, I like those.
By the way, J5 lives like in the middle of nowhere, so this is just private fireworks, isn't it?
Yes, it sounds like
Well, I
it.
think this is just some fucking guy shooting off like 2,000 bucks more than that now. Because we were talking about it the other day. Those big ones are like 100 bucks a piece.
Yeah. The mortars. Yeah, I've got friends with big pocketbooks. They like to have fireworks.
Hmm. Joseph Anthony says your mama turns on the red light. Because she's so
Yeah,
fat, she
that's
just
all
kind of
that.
naturally presses on the. No, wait. She's so fat, she turns this. I didn't think that one out very well.
I got blinded by the light.
That's right. I was blinded by the light and her fatness.
Right on J5.
I was trying to see the fireworks display, but your mom was in the way.
Wow. That one's cool.
Whoa. Wow, man. Thank you.
Oh, that was a nice one, yeah.
Hey, these fireworks, Mrs. D.
I used to always go to the Portland waterfront and they would shoot off, the city would shoot off fireworks and the Oregon Symphony would play the 1812 Overture and they would have actual like Navy cannons. The Navy would come and shoot off cannons for the cannon part. It was pretty chill. Did that for years
That's
and years.
cool.
Hmm.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
usually they do it on with artillery. They would put the artillery on the bridge, basically nearby. What was it? Probably the I guess it would have been the I guess it would have been the Burnside Bridge probably because it's at Tom McCall Waterfront Park that they would do it. Anyway, and they would set up the orchestra stage and stuff right on the because there's this big grass park right next to the river. Anyway, and so they would set up the stage and then like people would fill up the big green basically all the way back almost to the other bridge, and it was like just a perfect view even if you were way back and you couldn't see the symphony. When they shut off the fireworks, like they would shoot off the cannons right off the bridge right next to it, and then they'd shoot off the fireworks like right above the water. It was awesome. I don't think they've done it for a couple of years.
Right on. Hey,
That's
Mrs.
cool.
D. Oh.
Cheers, Fazoli. Follows the fireworks.
Hey, Fuzzy. I seen him the other day.
Oh yeah, right on.
Yeah. Little E too. Little E Bud. Nice little me up before the flood at Fazoli's house. Man, I hope you get a better drain, brother. 10-inch.
This?
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yippee. Yippee.
Wow. I want to see that again.
She said.
Boom. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm glad I never grew up.
Huh.
Bright lights fascinate me.
Okay.
Shit, my plant outside's taller than me now. My plant's 2 feet taller than my mom.
Huh.
It was funny seeing my mom out next to my pot plant
Huh.
and her little tomato plant.
Thank you. Oh.
I've got one plant that's just killing it this year. I wish the rest of them would have followed.
Mm-hmm.
Keep on telling her, hey, it's not done growing yet.
I've been fucking muted this whole time. So I've
Ah.
been talking about random shit. I've been muted this whole time. And I'm like, why are they not listening?
Hey
Pull this
guys,
thing. Captain, how many times have you done
pop
that?
chat,
Goodness gracious.
Mm-hmm.
live chat.
He's done it a few. Well,
Yep.
didn't you, Captain, one time? I think it was when we were still doing Whiskey Wednesday, like half the show, and we were talking, and you were muted the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's what happens when you start drinking at 6 o'clock in the morning.
that's true. Well, plus we liked to we
That
like
was
to. Oh,
9
there we
a.m.
go. I wonder if that's the finale. We like to pour some heavy pours on whiskey, weed and whiskey Wednesday.
Yeah, that was 9 a.m. Thursday
Holy
morning.
shnikes, that's a lot of fireworks right there. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. I
This
don't
has
know.
got to be a private show too. Like what celebration would it be? What town would it be? This has got to just be some fucking
No,
random family.
what's happened is, you know, certain cities will say, well, we'll set our fireworks off next week because
Oh, I
we
gotcha.
want to be
Okay, really they do that?
special.
Huh.
Yeah.
Here in the West Coast,
Yeah.
most everybody just shoots them off on the 4th.
Try to
Huh.
make it like a 2 week thing
Oh, I gotcha. That's cool.
for the weekends.
Here's some of the towns collabed. Like they would basically I think they still do it up in Longview, Washington, which is not all that far away. And like all the towns around were just like, okay, we'll just pool all the fireworks. And they had this just it's like an hour long. It's crazy.
Hmm. Dum dum dum.
Man, that
Howdy ho,
drink
that's what
went
we say to
down
your
quick.
mama.
Went down quick.
It's like your mama.
That's right.
You know.
710's hanging in. Cheers, Justin Bean. Good to see you, buddy. Still no
So I
Bud
threw
Kilowatt.
out
We don't have the
about,
green light yet. I bet he's listening to music. It ain't a show until we get that green light, so hopefully we'll get it. What's that, Captain?
I broke glass today.
Oh yeah.
Does that mean you have bad
You
luck?
ever,
No, it's breaking a mirror. That's bad luck for 7 years.
no, I turned the fan around in the window and the fan fell out of the window and knocked the glass on the floor,
Oh, gotcha. That's annoying.
tile floor. So
Oh
it
So it's
went
all
damn.
everywhere.
just everywhere.
Peace.
That's the best.
But the thing is the guy's actually coming. My parents' friend is coming in next week. He blew these glasses probably in about 20 years ago.
Oh, that's right, because you have mostly handmade glass. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I lost a plate yesterday, day before. Same thing. I made it in college, and I had it all these years, right? And like I don't know, it was just I don't know, a personal heirloom or something, right? It was just this cool plate that I came up with. It's supposed to be this weird cocktail plate. I fucking broke it for the stupidest goddamn reason. And the most insulting thing is like I immediately had to like not only did I have to mourn this old heirloom or something, right? But I also have to go and pick up the shattered goddamn ceramic before either I step on it or my dog steps on it or something. It's like, oh God, fucking damn it. It is what it is.
these glasses are nice though. He made them for He was trying for beer goblets. He made them nice and thick to keep the beer nice and cold.
Hmm. That's cool. Right on.
Oh,
My
71.
parents' friends like to drink a lot of beer. Believe me, a lot of beer.
The Midwest actually is a really heavy beer place. I want to say they say that the highest beer consumption per capita is in Czech Republic, I believe, followed by Ireland, followed by
They always have to be Lucky Charms.
fuck, kind of an unusual place, like Belgium or somewhere. I don't remember right now. And then I think the next one is literally the state of Wisconsin. Like they just drink a fuckload of beer basically in the Midwest. And
Oh
I don't know.
fuck.
I guess it gets cold. It's kind of like in the Pacific Northwest, we all drink coffee. I guess in the Midwest, it just gets cold and they get together and drink beer.
Speaking of Wisconsin, I seen this video today where this lady showed this grocery store where and they had all this cheese. And it's like this huge like it'd be like one big aisle of frozen section of like Walmart. It'd be all like different types of cheese, every type of cheese ever. And then there's like another aisle apparently of fresh cheese and all that. That's crazy.
You're
Do
Oh,
they have
describing,
an
I don't
aisle of
know. So
crackers?
I'm not following the story. So you're just describing a store that had a ton of cheese, basically.
Cheese.
yeah, in Wisconsin, 'cause their cheese, because
And then the store next door was the cracker store.
I guess no, I see what you but I'm like, dude, we have cheese stores all over the fucking place on the West Coast. So I'm like, what's so interesting about it? I'm just trying to fathom it because I'm like
it's just because there's
but I
it's
got you
just
because Wisconsin is like the cheese capital of the fucking universe, right? But I'm trying to think like why is it not weird to me that there's because I guess it's not weird to me because there's literally like cheese stores all over the fucking place. Even
mm,
regular stores. You go to like Fred Meyer, you guys know what Fred Meyer is or Winco, you don't know the Safeway. You
not
probably know what
mine.
Safeway is. Safeway will have like a whole what do you call it? Like a what do they call those? It's not like an island. I guess it is an island. They'll have a whole island, even maybe like a rotunda, basically with like French cheeses and Spanish cheeses and whatever. I don't know. The West Coast is
Mm,
weird. I guess we have all kinds of weird shit that I guess a lot of other people don't have.
yeah, it's crazy. Uh-oh.
Joseph Anthony says Germany has beer in their vending machines. Yeah, they straight up do. Um, Plus, it's
when
very
I went
different. The
to
drinking age
Amsterdam.
in Germany is like what, 15 or 16? I don't remember. It's a lot different. And a lot of times people will drink beer. It's actually quite normal that people will drink beer for lunch. It's not really considered an alcoholic drink, actually. Like beer is not
No,
really. But don't kid yourself. You're not actually allowed to drive. We have one of the most permissive blood alcohols actually of the entire Western world, actually, believe it or not. Whenever you drive pretty much in all of Europe, you can have a 0% alcohol. You're not allowed to drink anything basically beforehand. But for cultural purposes, they don't really consider beer alcohol. Yeah. 710 people under 18 could buy alcohol easily. It just has to be vanilla extract or hairspray. Gosh, the amount of weird shit kids drank when yeah. I mean, vanilla extract won't kill you. Hairspray won't kill you necessarily. It's gonna fuck you right up though. But yeah, people used to drink all kinds of weird. I said this in Eastern Europe, in Poland. There's still it may have gotten a little bit better because a couple of those countries, even Ukraine, have gotten quite a bit more wealthy in the last 20 years. But still, I think alcoholism is a pretty significant problem. And the really, really, really severe, especially kind of semi-homeless people that are alcoholics. Obviously, they can't afford a lot of expensive alcohol. You can still get fairly cheap alcohol in Poland, but I guess because of taxes, you can't get it that cheap. And so basically, people end up literally drinking rubbing alcohol from the
Oh,
pharmacy. And in Poland, they stain the rubbing alcohol blue. I can't remember if it's blue or pink. It's one of those fucking. It's very obvious, and I mean, it's literally the wrong kind of alcohol, right? It's literally like not the right kind of alcohol to process and everything else, right? And it comes from oil and everything else, right? Like isopropyl, it's really just not good for you in any possible way. But the cultural thing, or whatever, is they'll pour it through bread, and so you'll basically see these people pour. You'll see them basically outside a fucking store. They'll be pouring alcohol through bread, and then unfortunately, because they're alcoholics, they'll just end up eating the bread anyway. Um, Desperation, right? Like honest to God desperation. So pretty sad. I don't know why I always tell that story.
pickleball
Pardon?
record. That's crazy.
Stangman says I don't drink alcohol, only flour for me. That's actually a fairly common thing with weed people. Some of
yeah,
the we caught shit sometimes. That was one of the things with the weed and whiskey Wednesdays, and then the microbrews Saturdays. We used to do microbrew Saturdays. Um, a lot of people just they really either they're sober or whatever else. Either even sometimes when they're not sober, they just really dislike alcohol. That's fairly common. Hey, you know what? You got to be
I
sensitive
like
to
the
people, you know?
taste of bourbon, but I
And that's the
don't
thing. Some
like
people,
getting drunk.
that's right. You've said that before. You don't actually really get like, you don't enjoy getting drunk, I think you said. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
I
is,
like feeling a
common
little
too.
tipsy,
A
but
little buzzed. I gotcha. Yeah.
yeah, but I don't like it past that because I know what is past that.
Hmm.
I don't like grabbing the toilet in the morning or a couple
Hmm.
hours later. No, to me, that's just a waste of money.
Yeah, it's a huge waste of money for me. I basically never buy booze anymore. If I want to get drunk, I have to drink so much of it that it's just I don't know. I end up getting bored. Like literally, like I have to drink, and I shit you not, like I'd have to drink like a quarter bottle of whiskey to actually get or a third to get drunk. And I'm just like, after a while, I'm just sick of drinking, and I'm just like, enough." And then I'm not even drunk for that long. So like I'm only drunk for maybe I don't know a couple hours, and then it just processes, and I'm not drunk anymore. So it's like, how much money did I spend on this fucking whiskey? And then it's gone, you know. And I like whiskey, so I can't drink cheap ass whiskey. So I always buy halfway decent whiskey. So that's the thing. Like if I bought like cheap shit or something, maybe it'd be fine. But so yeah, I just don't bother. I just smoke weed. It's a nice looking glass. Is that one of the ones that you broke? Like the just like it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
The other one I
I
broke
can
was
dig
better than
how you're
this
sad
one.
about it, and it is really heavy glass too. Yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah, it was literally like a pound of glass. 1 pound of glass.
Hmm.
Fuck. And you have to understand the glass that I'm drinking out of was put on a 8 foot long pole, and then he blows
Yeah.
the glass to form this. So yeah, these are hand
It
blown
sounds like your
glasses.
mom's Saturday night last week, by the way.
Yeah, I
Heyo.
know. No shit.
Yeah.
And this one's really
Glass,
fucking
no, glass
strong, man.
is fascinating. I'm subscribed to a couple different glass blowing channels that shockingly hardly ever get any views. Like the Corning Museum of Glass, really kind of one of the meccas of glass these days. They do live demonstrations and shows and educational seminars and stuff. And literally, there'll be four people watching their live streams and stuff, and they're blowing sometimes the most incredible. Sometimes it's just little shit, but sometimes it's just the most incredible fucking vases and glasses and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Hey, cheers, 710. Good to see you, buddy. Have a good night.
So
Oh, J5 says the grand finale is going off right now. That's funny.
my parents' friend went to the California Art Institute and graduated in '74 and came back and started blowing glass and quit that and moved over to silver, help his mom, and set the glass off to the side and was buying glass because that's the thing too. This is a kind of a dying art because a lot of this glass that my friend has is from the 30s and 40s, and they're colors you just can't get anymore.
Again, one of the things with West Coast, weirdly enough, Portland has a couple different glass factories. You can get all kinds of weird shit. You're right that you can't get certain things anymore, like uranium glass and stuff like that, right? But there is like people can get all kinds of weird shit. It's amazing the stuff that people are making these days. I
Yeah,
think I agree with you though that it's not really a dying art, but it's definitely not a thriving art. Like it's definitely undervalued, I think. People are oftentimes a little bit surprised how much it can cost, but they forget I mean, they don't know anything about how challenge the materials itself oftentimes aren't even that expensive. Glass, believe it or not, isn't really the most expensive thing. A lot of times it's the furnace time and everything else, right? And the material, the gas for
the
the
glass
furnace, just all of
itself.
it. Yeah. The glass can be
You know,
expensive though, you're right. Especially when you
you
get like the Murano glass. Yeah, like they literally get it from Italy. So yeah.
well, no, you when you blow a glass piece, you think about it, and it's like, oh, a glass, and then as a glass blower, you think, yeah, a pound and a half of glass to blow to make that one glass. This glass that I'm drinking out of, this thing weighs almost 14 ounces. There's almost a pound of glass in the glass.
So like I said
They're
though, glass
heavy.
itself, like white glass, for example, is not really that expensive. So the valuable part of it was the experience, the fact that your friend made it, the skill involved, because it's obviously a nicely made glass, stuff like that. But glass is literally sand. So it's not
Yeah,
super expensive, the glass itself. The colors, for example, to mix in, those can be quite expensive. But the white glass, the clear glass, is not really that expensive.
but it's heavy
Like your mama.
because I've lifted one of those blow pipes before, and it's like, holy shit,
Yeah,
man, that's heavy at that end.
that's what she said.
Now I see why you put it down there on the little stilt
Hmm.
as you blow
Especially
into
when you
the
have, well, that's the
tube.
thing, especially like when you're blowing a vase or something, it's not just 1 pound. It could be 10 or 15 or 20 pounds of glass, honestly, that you have to be
Yep,
constantly moving, by the way, because glass is literally a liquid essentially at that heat.
yep.
Um, and so you're the reason why you're blowing it is you're trying to expand it. People might wonder, why are you blowing on it? And they're like, no, you're not blowing on it. You're blowing through a hollow tube into the bubble of glass that you formed, basically, and then you form the glass in different ways. Maybe you want to make a cup or a vase or a fucking bowl. It doesn't fucking goddamn matter. Or maybe it becomes a dinosaur in the end. Doesn't matter, but you need the inside to be hollow because if it's solid, the glass will tend to crack even over time, basically. Um, I don't have to explain why glass cracks. People understand that glass cracks. Everyone's had glass crack in their fucking life. That's hard to say. Glass crack. Say that 5 times. Anyway, what was I trying to say? That so you're trying to manipulate and move this thing, and you also periodically have to take it back to the furnace, by the way, because you have to keep it at temperature. You
Yeah.
usually have an assistant. If it is a larger piece, you have an assistant essentially helping you. In many cases, shaping the work, so you work in teams, basically. So it's one of
Hmm.
those things. It's really bizarre to me that the weed community is such a selfish, vindictively disgusting place, honestly, full of such antisocial shitwads, where, for example, the glass community, you literally have to work as teams. If you couldn't work in a team, you literally would not be able to do your work. So you physically can't have that big of an ego because you have to be able to work with somebody else and not be a cock-sucking fucking slob. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting dichotomy, isn't it? But anyway, fuck am I
How
trying to
big is
say?
your kiln?
Pardon?
How big is your kiln?
Yeah, right. But anyway, oh, speaking of which, yeah, basically there's a place usually, a lot of times if people have two furnaces, a lot of times people will, or even just the one furnace, there will be a place to collect glass. So that's what I'm saying. Like glass is not like, it's not like $1,000 a pound or something. It's, a few dollars a pound for the clear glass basically. And you go and you melt basically a whole pot of it in the furnace and you go collect some and da da da. And then usually the colored glass is not, uh, like usually, depending on the style, but usually the colored glass is not solid. It's usually used as a colorant, basically, on that kind of clear glass. It gives it more, the glass gives more transparency, for example. Anyway,
I am so glad he's going to be in from Boston.
yeah,
He's
that's
coming
cool.
into Cleveland, stopping to go to another
That's
convention.
exactly, I'm Jason. How did you know? How did you know? He's watching on mute. He says, looks like Fumi's explaining what his mom likes to do. That's pretty fucking funny. That's good. Welcome, Jason, by the way.
I might have to talk him into get me a new glass because I don't like this one. I don't like drinking out of it.
This is the left-handed glass. You're just like, fuck this shit, man. This one spirals left when it should spiral right.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
know,
'cause
and most people think, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And that's a glass blower saying, "Yeah, well, I blew it this way." You know, it's just like us in the cannabis world
It's like how your
where
mom
we
talks
took
about
this
it. She blew
plant
it this
and
way,
we
she blew it that
cross it
way.
with this. So,
any way
you
the
know,
wind blows, any which way the wind blows.
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
all craft.
That's
Come
it.
on.
Your mama is a craftsman with the blowing. You're right.
I'm getting drunk.
um,
Folks, hop on here. I'm gonna hop off in a few minutes here. But the show can continue.
I made slide off.
Slide off into the
like
distance.
you're, yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
So I don't see Bud, so that doesn't bode well for the long-term future of this show. So I bet you'll probably only be here for maybe like another hour or something. We'll see. Do you want to be the host when I bounce or what?
Sure.
All right. God damn, this keeps going out. Uh, cheers, Jay. I didn't see you earlier. Welcome, Jay. Good to see you. Who
Have
else is
a good
hanging
time.
with us? I think I said hello to Sting, man. Good to see you, Sting.
Yeah,
Oh, Jeff
Hindu
Papalia. What's
Kush.
up, Jeff? Cheers, buddy. I knew I missed somebody.
G'day.
Welcome. That's right. Cheers, Jeff.
Got a
Always
nice.
fun to think about his garden. He's got this beautiful, beautiful semi-enclosed, like a wallapini. So it's very, very private with this. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Can only imagine sitting there smoking joints. Holy
Yeah, but
cannoli.
I think it's winter right now for him, so it'd be colder.
Still beautiful though. Yeah, it's still pretty.
You
I think
can't
he sent me
beat
pictures
that.
one time when he was in the winter time, and he still has some like I don't know what cactuses and stuff because it doesn't get like sub-zero there. I think it gets like chilly, like
Yeah, it's
it
not like
might, I don't even think it freezes. I won't swear to it, but I don't think he doesn't have to reveal where he is, but I don't think it gets that cold. I think it just gets like sweater cold, maybe jacket cold, but that's about it. So I think he has like cactuses and all kinds of stuff.
nice.
There's parts of Australia that do get snow.
Yeah,
Uh, Probably, yeah. Like for example, what?
Yeah,
Close to Tasmania, I guess. What else? That would
that
be
was
my
cool.
guess. Because like at the far north, holy shit, it's hot as ball sacks. In the middle, it's just absolutely like
Yeah,
150,000
Tasmania.
degrees.
And then don't forget you have the what do they call them out there? The indigenous I forget the name of them, but the indigenous people that live in the bush.
Aborigines.
Aborigines, thank you. Could you
What about
imagine
them?
living in a bush if it was cold? Fuck.
Say it again.
Could you imagine living out in the bush if it's cold out there? Brr.
Well, I mean, how is that different than anyone else living outside
No,
when it's cold?
if they lived like in the parts where it's colder in Australia.
I think they used to live everywhere. I think Aboriginals used to live in New Zealand and like New Zealand has snow. Um, yeah, like they had fucking Maori and stuff. Like they lived there just fine. They didn't have a problem with it.
Crazy.
I don't think I mean they don't walk around naked and shit, you know? Like
No,
that's
I
just
know
the
that.
movies that oh he's just got a loincloth. No, they're not fucking retarded, you know what I mean? Like they have
Yeah.
tools and everything else, you know? It's just ridiculous how people think about these people. Um it was kind of funny in Crocodile Dundee. They start off kind of trying to paint them as like crazy savages, but then it becomes clear that no, these are actually normal people.
Yeah.
The guy's eating the bat and he's like, I need salt. Would it
Mm.
ever? Nice looking. We can't see it very well, but
I
nice
know
looking
my
nug.
light's
Nice old fat nug.
fucked.
Is that some? It's a fat nug. I can see how fat it is now.
Critical,
What is that? Some of your
critical
diesel?
skunk.
Critical skunk. Critical is in CBD critical or something else?
Yeah,
Oh, interesting. So it's gonna be like a CBD skunk.
that
Nice.
is a big bud.
I cannot lie.
That's right.
I wish I could get a better picture. Sorry, guys.
Fuck, I never want a black diamond.
Just needs more light. It's not gonna
Yeah,
show if you don't show more
well,
light, basically.
I ain't getting into the light. I am the light.
Don't don't look into the light.
I am the light that you seek, but yeah.
Captain drinks a little too much and becomes Moses.
Uh-uh.
If you see any burning bushes, that's just your mom.
Hell. Oh my.
But I
Hop
wish I
on.
could.
Excuse me.
Wish I had
Hop on,
better
party
light.
people.
Oh shit.
But I'm not going to turn on lights for people to see. I'm sorry. This is my relaxation time.
Right on. I'm rolling up a joint. Right meow.
I had one already rolled.
That's a good joint. There wasn't all that much weed, but with the diamonds and stuff, I'm feeling all right.
Right on.
Dang it, is it worth re It's got a little taco right at the end here. I don't know if it's worth relighting. I'm
What
trying
about
anyway.
taco?
That's right.
I rolled this joint during the show,
Right
the
on.
pre-show. So this is a pre-show joint.
Nice.
I'm finally getting to it. Fuck. It's only an hour and a half later.
That's funny.
Hey, a joint is a joint.
Wow. Perfect harmony. Bourbon, cannabis, Pepsi.
Oh, I
All
was having
three
a
big
great time earlier.
companies.
I was watching MLS and I smoked a joint of blueberry muffin. Oh my God, I was feeling great, dude. I literally was pointing out to myself, it was like a lucid dream. I was like, Fumi, this is exactly what you want. This is like you're enjoying yourself. You're watching the soccer game. Messi scored at least one goal, and then I think Mukhtar, whatever, scored. I don't give a fuck which team wins. I was just having fun, and I'm just sitting there. I'm just like melted into the couch. My dog's just goofing off next to me, and I'm like, Fumi, this is it right here, buddy. I was having a good time, man. It was fun. It was
Right
good
on.
times. I think Miami won. I think they won, and they won with both goals scored by Matt, which I actually saw. I saw the second goal, but I came back. That was after. I think I went outside with the dog for a second. He is really otherworldly. A friend of mine down in LA was talking to me. He was telling me how he used to not be all that into soccer. Like he was just kind of a normal American guy. He was into basketball and baseball and shit because he's from Los Angeles, and so he's always been a Dodgers fan, whatever. But he was like, "Oh my God, I'm just so into soccer." He's apparently obsessed with soccer now because he's like, "Oh, Messi is just something special," and not news to most of the world. Everyone knows who Lionel Messi is, but yeah, when you watch him, you're just like, "Yeah, you could not give a shit about soccer." And the guy is special. It's kind of amusing to me because he's clearly like half checked out or something because he doesn't really run up and down the field like most of the soccer players do. For example, this Mukhtar guy basically on Nashville's side, he was running up and down the field basically, depending on who had the possession. But Messi just kind of stays close to the goal somewhere and just kind of calmly walks. But in a split second, he's like a fucking shotgun. In a split second, if someone gives him the ball, he's on it. And basically, the second goal was that. Basically, someone passed him the ball from somewhere, and all of a sudden, he fucking run and he caught the defenders, the goalie and one defender completely off guard and fucking just tossed it in. Uh, just like that, just like a shotgun just went off.
Cool.
Something else. Must be so weird. Every time I see people like that, or I see a really anything, basketball game or something, I just think to myself how weird it must be to be the other players on the field. Like Messi's making how many fucking million? It doesn't even matter anymore. It doesn't even matter to count them anymore, how many he's making every single year. And the other guys on the team, it's not like they're making nothing, but they're making in most cases, I don't know, a couple $100,000. Like it's the MLS, so it might not even be a couple $100,000, right? It's not the NBA or anything like that, right? So these guys, even honestly, even until recently, the NFL, the average player wasn't making more than I think $250,000, which for an average career of 3 years is not all that much money, right? For all that abuse and everything. Anyway, but I'm just thinking to myself, like, what would happen to you if you ran into Messi and like fouled, not only fouled him, but just like broke his leg? And like, I don't even know. Maybe it was on an accident. Maybe no one would give you shit. But if you did it somehow even halfway negligently, like, would you ever work again?
Yeah.
Would anyone ever allow you on the field again? Would like everyone would fucking bully you probably everywhere you went. Like, not even the players. Like even like if
Yeah.
fucking fans would stalk you to death. Like he must have an aura around him where no one is allowed to touch him under any circumstances or some shit. Uh,
Wish your mama touched me.
that's right. Nice.
Um, yeah, I couldn't imagine getting slide tackled by somebody like that,
Hmm.
or like any of the players. That would hurt. Get a knee in the face or foot in the face or whatever. Fuck.
Oh yeah. And they have shin guards and stuff, but they don't have. I don't think they even really have ball guards, honestly. And you're right, like they don't have any face guards. People sometimes
Oh,
do take a cleat to the face. That's happened a
yeah,
few times. Soccer players have lost eyes to that before.
yeah.
Cheers, DDC Jeff. He says, hope I didn't jinx it by talking about it, but he had some surgery this week. Seems to have gone well. Hip joint, always hip to smoke a joint. 100% DGC Jeff. Little bit morbid that he's already out there on the grill smoking his old joint, but I mean, there's cannibals among us. I kid, I kid. Good for you, Jeff. Hope you feel better, buddy. Hope you are up and pirouetting in no time. Or what else could he be doing? I immediately jumped to ballet, tango. Dancing the tango. What else? The limbo. It'd be fun to see him doing the limbo. Get down low. That's right.
Holy fuck. Hold on.
Pigs roasting in the background. Hop on, folks. The show is a little quiet tonight, boys and girls, so it doesn't bode super well for its long-term future. Okay, I don't have to post another link. There's a link right there. Excuse me. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a lunatic. Don't be an asshole. Don't show your asshole. That's pretty much all it is, ladies and gentlemen. It seems pretty self-explanatory to me. Some people need to be reminded not to be a fucking gaping asshole, but hey, it is what it is. Uh, Most of you folks are fine. I'm looking to see if I have any other weed other than my Oblivion, because I don't want to smoke all my Oblivion, because then there's not going to be any Oblivion left. I should probably leave that. Could I I don't have my dab. Oh, I do have my dab. Oh, I have my dab rig, but not my torch. I don't know where my torch is right now. Torch is in the living room. No matter how I look at it, I have a problem that is not solvable. I can't smoke another joint. All right, well, maybe I should probably bounce here in a
Oh,
little bit, make some dinner in a little bit anyway.
right on.
Maybe I'll give it a couple minutes. Folks, do hop on. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear from your gardens. We'd love to hear about your. We'd love to see some new faces, folks, by the way. So if you guys are curious, oh, they only ever talk to the same people. None of you guys are welcome. I'm literally one of the few shows. I've been one of the few shows since 5 years ago that welcomed people wherever you were from the internet. We got people a couple times from Japan, believe it or not, South America, on and on and on, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't gotten Antarctica yet, unfortunately, but we've gotten all over the place. Asia, from Thailand, all kinds of places. Ladies and gentlemen, we've tuned in from all over the place. And I've always said, basically, from the very beginning, don't be a fucking prick. Pretty much the only rules. For the most part, you guys are able to abide by it, but every once in a while, we allow someone in. And to be honest, it's been a little bit my fault. I realized probably I shouldn't have allowed some of these people to fucking feel as comfortable as they ended up feeling, but it is what it is. You learn. You learn best really by screwing up, and it's one of the most infuriating things because you don't always get a second chance in life. In fact, many times you don't get a second chance. So that lesson you learned might be useless. It's one of the most fucking frustrating things that I've had in my life. I've learned so many lessons that are unrepeatable. And I'm like, oh, great. I will be wise for nothing. I'll be really wise about these things that will never happen again. But if they do, if a fucking green-eyed space alien that comes from France, yeah, whatever. Anyway, um, hop on, folks. Say hello in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. Life ain't no Nintendo game. If it is, that fucking dog is laughing at us all. Goddamn dog from Dead Hunt. That fucking dog. Very little pain, he says. Good, Jeff. Good,
Right
man.
on, Jeff.
He says they don't need to cut any muscle these days. That's incredible. Huh. Yeah, things have changed dramatically. So what did my grandma have? My grandma had her knees. Can I swear to that, or was it her hips? Hmm. I think it was her knees. I think it was her knees, honestly. And they did one and then they did the other. And
Yeah.
it was like a whole thing. Yeah, you could never do them at once. Da, 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 da. But I think sometimes they do them both at the same time now. I don't know. I won't swear to that. Maybe that sounds ridiculous. Don't quote me on that. But with my grandma, she was literally in the hospital. Now, granted, this was years ago. This is a long, long, long time ago. Like when Christopher Reeve was Superman. That was how long ago it was.
Oh, wow.
She was in the hospital for literally like 5 weeks. And then when she got out, she was like, super, weak on her feet with a cane, with a walker, which she never got off of. She was never really able to walk without a walker again. Like completely, completely different these days. And it's not as if her condition going in was so bad that she shouldn't have been walking. That's, I guess, what I should clarify. She wasn't 1,000 years old or something. She was at the time probably, she wasn't young, but she was probably like 68 or something. I don't know. She definitely had a lot of years left. And she might have been 70. I don't remember, but she was still ambulatory and everything. But then after the freaking hip surgery and stuff, oh man, she never really left the building anymore. Never really. She lived in a building basically for not like an old folks home, but a home for folks that are old, disabled, blah blah blah. They still have their freedom. I don't know. I don't know what you call a place like that, but whatever. Like they still pay rent and stuff. I don't know how to explain that, but that's the place that she lived. But she used to, once upon a time, she would walk to Safeway and this and that and the other thing. Captain is having a great time over there talking to himself. He's having a great time. Anyway, after the hip surgeries or knee surgeries, she never would walk even like um I guess I couldn't describe how far this is, but literally like 50 yards, never, never, ever, ever. She would walk like to the car when we would pick her up, and that's about it. So she would walk basically from the elevator. She would walk from her apartment to the elevator, which was probably 50 feet, and then the reverse. So maybe 100 feet, 120 feet by the time you get out to the car, and that was it. And that was the extent of her ability to walk. It was fucked up because these days, like they literally have you walking the same fucking day And
Yep.
for most people, it's not even that painful. I mean, they probably have you hopped up on the good stuff. But even then, it's not supposed to be that painful because, for example, Jeff was talking about, they're not really cutting into muscle and stuff. So if they replace other stuff that doesn't necessarily have nerves in it, for example, maybe that's one of the reasons why people can walk around. Gosh, it's really a lot to wrap your head around. It's crazy. He says 3 5 milligrams a day. Yeah, I bet. Huh. Trying to get some food down is the hardest now. Interesting. Oxy clogs things up, you said. God, I hated Oxy. I think that's one of the things that I lucked out on, because a lot of people get uh, addicted to
Mhm.
Oxy is the one that starts them, apparently, more than anything else, especially back in the day, like 10, 15, 20 years ago. They get in for a surgery, for example. Maybe they hurt their back or they break their leg or whatever else. And the doctors were handing those pills out like fucking candy. Because remember, the Purdue family famously said that it was non-addictive. And so, oh yeah, oh, okay, we could give this out like candy to everybody, to babies, to fucking elephants, to your mama, everyone.
Uh,
So they gave me crazy large prescriptions. They practically gave me subscription after my spine injury. And every time I went to the doctor, because I had all these checkups, right? And said like, oh, do you need more? Do you need more? Do you need more? I could have had a stash 3 miles high if I wanted to, but I lucked out. I absolutely hated the feeling. For me, it was like this descending wet blanket of sleepiness, and I don't know, like it wouldn't really make me go to sleep. For example, I'd sit on my porch and just kind of sit there and just kind of look at the birds with my dog and stuff. But I should have enjoyed myself, right? But I was just like, this is gross and weird. I don't know. It felt gross and weird, I guess. Probably really lucked out. I mean, the pain goes away, so that definitely helped because I was in a lot of pain for a while. I'm not gonna argue that it's useless, but it's definitely one of those things that, gosh, you don't want to be on that shit for too long. Stingman says, same thing with
No.
me. Those oxy are helpful, but made me feel. How interesting is that? 2 major surgeries in the chat. Good luck, guys. Hope you guys heal up real fast. Same thing with me. Those oxy are helpful, but made me feel so bad and could not eat or shit. I'm trying to get off it ASAP, please. Yeah, man. Uh, what was I gonna say? I think I actually had an okay. I'm trying to think about it. I think I actually had an okay appetite with them, but I don't remember now. It was a fucking fair while ago. I do remember just really hating them. Uh, what was the one that helped me that didn't really fuck me up? But it's not really a pain reliever. It was more of a muscle relaxer. Um, well, I don't want to say it because fucking fuckface du
yeah.
jour will report the channel if we talk about it.
I like
Uh,
cannabis myself,
Cannabis is
but the
wonderful and it's
pain
legal.
reliever.
It's
Yeah.
completely legal. In Canada, it's legal. I'm
Bourbon.
a medical patient. It's legal for me to talk about it. First of all, the free speech guarantees we are allowed to talk about these things. As
Dude.
long as we don't encourage people to do illegal things, which we are certainly not encouraging anyone to do. I've said before, please do not emulate me. This is only for educational and entertainment purposes only. So nobody do what I do. Oh,
That's a
interesting. I've heard that too, by the way, Jeff. You
yeah.
said take oxy or cannabis, but not both. Um, I think the ultimate problem is that they don't understand the interaction well enough. But I've heard that there were, I've heard, okay, it's been a while since I talked to my doctor friends. I don't remember. We did talk about this one time. I don't remember what she said exactly. I think they said that they are worried about the interaction with cannabis basically overdoing it with the oxates. I guess giving the same, no, not the same effect was with grapefruit. But anyway, essentially giving you an unpredictable result. I guess that's the idea. But I don't know. I guess I'm not a fucking pharmacologist. I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. So, as a state of Ohio licensed narcotics user, okay, and cannabis, whoa, all of a sudden, in 2013, my doctor knew I smoked weed and I was smoking some weed, and he was like, hey, you know, I just lost it. I'm sorry, guys.
It happens. Uh, uh,
Fuck.
You guys are talking about. By the way, a lot of
It's
people
cereal.
are starting to drink bone broth these days for collagen, for example. Stangman's talking about drink 100% grass-fed bone broth. Um, Gosh, it's so common now. You can actually get it at Costco and shit. You can literally get bone broth at Costco and Trader Joe's and whatever. You can actually make it fairly easily, but people don't
Yeah,
always. And it's a little bit gross to make it. Not everybody likes to make that kind of stuff.
yeah,
But it's not actually that gross. Like stock and stuff is really not that gross. But some people just get weirded out by bones and stuff like that.
yeah,
But
yeah.
uh, huh. Pre-surgery said stop all cannabis and alcohol before by midnight before the surgery. Alcohol that makes sense certainly. Uh, I would assume, I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm
And
making
probably
assumptions, but I would
that.
assume they're just trying to be safe with cannabis, right? Because what could the cannabis really do in the morning? But again, I guess we don't know. Um, my understanding, I don't know if my understanding is super well educated at this point. I think it used to be educated, but I guess that things change a lot. They're worried about that interaction and they don't know. They don't know enough. That's the problem. And when doctors don't know, they are very unlikely to give you any of that kind of advice because it could lead to an uncertain conclusion. We were just talking about malpractice and stuff the other day, right? So they're really never willing to kind of step out on a limb for you because that could lead to a massive lawsuit, if nothing else, it could lead to your death too if they were wrong, right? Oh man, Jay Patrick took one for the
Yeah.
team. About 3 discs, fractured 2 vertebrae, and they gave me 3 80s and 10 perks a day. My body and mind went mush. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
dude.
Yeah. Oh, they were, yeah, by the prescription they gave me, I was supposed to be taking oxys like every 4 hours or something. It was just, like one a day, 2 a day was way too much.
Holy
But like
fuck.
literally, they
And
want
the
me to take
thing
them every
is,
few hours. I don't remember exactly now, with food or some shit, whatever. Oh, it was too
the
much. Holy fucking
the
balls.
real thing of it is though, is today I need a set amount and they will not give it to me because of
Mm,
all this bullshit.
yeah, that's what I've heard
And it's
too.
like
Yeah.
I'm I'm down to this type of medication and this milligram,
Mm.
and this is what will help me. And they're like, no, the numbers don't add up.
Because
You
you've
take
mentioned people really don't
diazepam,
comprehend
and
pain very well. I learned this a few times in my life. First of all, directly from having that pain, but then talking to the nurses and stuff was very interesting because I don't know, I'm very rational and kind of cool-headed in emergencies. So even if I'm like my back is dying, I'm just like talking to the nurses. Anyway, so they were, we were talking about because they have to evaluate you for surgery and all this different stuff. So they keep asking you repeatedly. They keep asking you what's your pain on a scale of 1 to 10. They show you these pictures and stuff, and they do it as they're dosing you with the painkillers and stuff, and they have to be very careful how they dose you with the painkillers before they take you into surgery and stuff because they can't, overdose you and stuff. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, and so as I'm talking to these nurses, every time they ask me like, "Oh, what's the pain now? Has it changed? Has it gotten worse? Has it gotten better?" Da, 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 da. And I'm trying to think about it for a second, and I'm like, "Oh my God, it's like." And I'm thinking, and I'm trying to really come up with a real, like, perfect solution, really rationalizing. I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's like maybe an 8.5. And as we're talking about it, especially afterwards, like after the surgery and stuff, they were talking to me about it. They're like, oh, we always know that people that really think about it for a second and tell us something like between 7 and 8.5 are basically dying, and we really need to help them immediately because they're taking it seriously enough to think, and they rationalize like my arm could be off. And that's literally how I was thinking when they said that. I laughed out loud because I was like, fuck, I'm in a profound amount of pain, but if like a
yeah,
gorilla ripped my arm off, I feel like it would hurt more. And so then you think like, well, that would be a 10 out of 10. And then you're like, no, this is not as much as that. So then you're like, okay, maybe it's an 8.5 out of 10. Anyway, so long story short, people that do that kind of stuff, apparently the nurses and doctors take completely seriously because most people that come in, evidently when they come in for a stub toe or whatever, they'll just tell you, "Oh my God, 10 out of 10, doctor, 10 out of 10. I've never felt anything worse in my life." And the doctor will literally not see a bruise or anything else. You know what I mean? This is clearly like a boo-boo, right? That needs to be kissed and made better. But basically, they're, "Oh my God, doctor, it's 10 out of 10." Anyway. Cracks me up how people are.
I've been living with sciatic for 30 years.
And that's, I guess, where
Sciatic.
I didn't even finish my thought. Yeah, like I don't know, I'm smiling because it's a horrible thing. People have no comprehension of what like nerve pain is. It's
Oh God.
really something else, and it doesn't go away, and it's not something that you can kind of massage better. It's because most people don't really feel their nerves, right? Like your nerves are normally not doing anything weird, and so you have no reason to really perceive the fact that your nerves are the things that are actually feeling specifically the pain. They're actually feeling everything, but above all, they're feeling the pain. And when something goes wrong, for some reason, it's never your nerves that get spontaneous orgasms. It's always horrifying, often burning, searing, thudding, whatever the fuck pain. And it can just fuck your life like nothing else. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, for example, for some people, heavy doses of, we were talking about oxys, all kinds of weird shit is necessary. And same thing with heavy doses. We've talked about this many times with cannabis. The medical programs being thrown in the trash every time the legal programs take over in America is really doing a disservice to a lot of medical patients that need profoundly high cannabis doses that they can't afford if you're literally telling both from a financial perspective but also from a fucking diabetes perspective. Let's get Wilford Brimley on the show. Literally, because they'll sell 150 milligram chocolate bar at the store for $15 or $20. So first of all, that medical patient has to spend $15 or $20. But second of all, if they need 500 milligrams of fucking cannabis, what, they're gonna eat three chocolate bars? It's ridiculous. And so it used to be super easy in medical dispensaries, for example, to find 1,500 milligram candies because really 1,500 milligrams is not all that much, right? So you could put that in a small candy. Diabetes. Is he still alive?
No, no, I think he died years ago. I'm
Who
gonna
was
look
he?
it
Now
up.
I'm completely forgetting the funny part of this story. He was the same age as this one other actor that looked totally young. I'm forgetting completely who it was. That was the funny part. I don't remember anymore. All right, whatever. So it seems like nobody's going to hop on here. Is anybody else doing their show tonight? Let's see how many people are watching right now. Do I have my tab open?
Oh, he
Ain't
died.
no sattva like a bodhisattva. We got 29, 30 people watching. Hop on, motherfuckers. Holy shit, what are you guys doing? Are
He
you
died
chicken?
August 1st, 2020.
What's that?
He died August 1st, 2020.
Oh, yeah.
Probably
Huh.
from diabetes.
I hope not. Shit. What did he die from? Do you have the wiki
Uh,
open?
Must have climbed in that cocoon.
That's right. He's off with the aliens. Oh, you're not lying, Jay Patrick. Getting much harder to get the bones to make bone broth and stuff. Butchers are going by the wayside, unless in smaller communities. You're not kidding at all. The only bones that I can get from my dog to chew on are frozen soup bones at, you guys don't have this store, but it's a West Coast chain of stores, grocery stores, Winco. They're the only place in town. A couple other places in town kept promising me that they would have bones, but they never do for one reason or another. There's a Mexican,
I got
what's
your
it called?
mama's bone.
Uh, Meat market, because it's not really a butcher shop. Mexican meat market that told me they could get me soup bones, which is basically the same thing. I just haven't gone there before. To tell you the truth, I bet a couple of the Vietnamese places, but they're a little bit of a drive for me. Excuse me, they would probably have bones, but it's not actually that easy for me to find bones right at the moment. The only place that I can find them is fucking Winco. The only place. And they're frozen, which is fine. Probably actually makes them safer, to be honest. But and they're also in small chunks. He goes through them like way too fast, arguably. So instead of them being like a challenge, because like if the bone is a little bit longer, it's a challenge from the get the tongue inside and stuff. This way, he just basically finishes the bone maybe in like a day. So it's like kind of a fatty snack. I have to be careful to give him too many.
Mm.
Anyway. Used to be easy as fuck to find bones. Holy shit. Every town had several butchers. Every store, every Safeway, whatever, had butcher shops. Now, even when they have a butcher shop, the butcher shop is staffed by
Well,
attendants instead of butchers because they can pay them less, and the butchering is done somewhere off-site, probably by immigrant labor, to be honest.
freaking cat. Hmm.
All right, I think I'm gonna bounce. Ladies and gerbils, do hop on here. D, don't dawdle too long. If nobody hops on here and there's just complete and total silence, feel free to leave.
Oof.
There's no reason why we have to sit here all night. But folks, you could certainly hop on here. I'm gonna put the link here again. Boom, there you guys go. You can hop on here. Don't do anything stupid, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't show any copyrighted material. Please don't talk about any stupid shit. That includes anybody that hops on the show. You guys, moderators that are taking over, you are actually responsible to get people to shut their fucking mouths. If anybody says any stupid fucking shit that's going to get my show reported by the usual suspects, you shut their fucking mouths and you tell them to shut up and you immediately tell
I
them to shut up. And since you are, for example, the host right now, D, you have the power to mute people. So I don't want to hear this again that so and so was talking about such and blah, 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 blah. And then my show gets reported. Whoever's in charge is responsible for the show. And if they fuck that shit up and lose the responsibility, or if they fuck that responsibility up, they lose that responsibility. That's just the bottom line. I'm done fucking hand holding everybody and being all nice to everybody. If you fuck my shit, you're gone. So that includes everybody. So from now on, there's new rules, ladies and gentlemen. No more allowing these spineless cretins from wherever the fuck that fuckface lives to report my channel every single time because you guys are talking about buying, I don't even know what. I guess we won't mention the words.
aluminum.
Aluminum, there you go. Uh, 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 did you know that aluminum used to be more valuable than gold? You
The
probably know that
gold.
actually, yeah. And
Yeah.
that's why it's on that's why it's on the top of the Washington Monument because at the time it was the most valuable metal. Okay, most
Now
valuable metal that they could
Fumi.
actually use. I think there were some more valuable metals at the time, but
Now
uh,
Fumi. If you
uh,
go back 18 months and I or 12 months when I told you to buy silver at $23 when it dropped, look at where it's at today.
oh, what is it now?
38
Oh
and
wow, yeah, that would have been
change.
something. Yeah, goodness gracious. Hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going through a never-ending lawsuit that just this cretin is gonna just drag on, drag on, drag on. It will go away at some point, but it just never ends. Anyway, folks, I'm gonna bounce here. Do
It
hop on.
does.
It'd be lovely to hear some new voices on the channel, new old voices, people that have not hopped on for a long time. We'd love to hear from you. Folks, do hop on, and that's that. I'm gonna bounce. Maybe I'll hop back in a little bit and smoke a joint or something, but no promises. I'll leave my thing open just because it is my show. I want people to know that I'm sponsoring it. It's my fucking channel. It's not anybody else's channel. Please do remember that. This is my channel. Everyone that comes on here is my guest. So please act responsibly as if you are a guest in my home, basically. Oh, cheers, Coffee Pot. Good to see you, buddy. Look at that. He worked 28 years in an aluminum smelter, but it sucked. How interesting, Coffee Pot. I don't even know the first question to ask him about that, but I know that's got to be a huge, a whole bunch of interesting stories. Anyway, one of these
Man, I
days we'll
got
talk
so
about
many
aluminum smelting, buddy.
questions.
I like smelting aluminum. What's that, Captain?
I got so many questions.
Whoever smelted dealt it.
I
Well, I smelt silver
smelt your mom. She was expired.
and I can purify it. I should make some good moonshine, I've been told.
Yeah, man. All you have to do is go around and collect. I heard the thing is to go around and collect empty pop cans and smelt it down. Take all the impurities out and you up to so you have aluminum. Free money.
Yeah, free money. the biggest scam here in the States, you know. I live in Ohio, but I live in Michigan too. Well, one state doesn't charge you for your pop cans or your pop bottles or your beer bottles or your beer cans, and the other state does.
We
Hey, I live in a state that doesn't charge you, and I go to a state that does charge you. Oh, you're going to give me money for these? Sure, here.
that
Thank you
sounds
for
like
paying for my gas.
that sounds like an episode of Seinfeld somewhere. um, yeah, here in Canada, we get money back for bottles like beer bottles and liquor bottles, but we don't get return on like cans, aluminum cans or nothing like that. We just stick them in the recycle bin.
Yeah, well, Michigan charges you $10, 10 cents more per can when you buy it. Well, how doesn't?
Yeah. Cheers, everybody in chat. What's everybody in chat smoking on? I'm gonna roll up something. Um, um, um.
That left to the Hindu.
Oh, fuck, I can't reach it now. That's what she said. Dairy Queen. I'm gonna roll up some Dairy Queen thing, and that's gonna be almost time for still got a bit before it's time to smoke some bedtime stuff. Right on. I want to smoke some
Bedtime.
hash too.
Bedtime, maybe when the sun comes up.
Yeah. Right on, Jeff. It's all good, man. Send out the bud signal. Yeah, there you go, Jeff. That's the bud signal. Green light for overgrow the world.
Trying to do it one plant at a time.
Yeah, man. Oh, look at Rick's beef. Mrs.
I
B,
can't
man.
believe I threw out 6,000 Thai seeds the other day.
Uh,
6,000 seeds from Thailand.
that's
Oh,
crazy.
fuck.
That's a lot of Steve's. Man.
Cheers, everyone. It's Saturday, but this is a Weed and Whiskey Wednesday.
Yeah, man. Exactly, J. Patrick. Take it easy, Jeff.
Sponsored by Hindu Kush and Bourbon.
At Fumadoro.com.
Tonight only.
Coupon code RAINS. I'm hungry.
Silver jumped $3 an ounce. In a week. Some things in life are good.
Yeah, man. All right. Rolling up. What's everybody in chat smoking on? I don't know if I said that part yet.
Tell you what, that Hindu and critical Kush or critical skunk, yeah,
Right on. Exactly, Joseph Anthony. D's. D's nuts.
And got a taste for cashews.
Oh, yeah, I'll show you this guy's picture. So when I went to the roller skate place today, had a really cool idea. They took totes, like the big totes, and they put lights in them that change, and they stacked them. It looks pretty cool. I thought it was really creative for the besides the rink. Here, hang on, I'll show you.
Yeah, show us. The
I think that's pretty cool. They took just regular totes and put colored lights in them that change color, and they stacked them like it's. They have two of those like that. I thought it was creative. Oh man, where's my hat? There it is.
I liked roller skating as a kid.
Sorry, Captain, I missed that.
I enjoyed roller skating.
Yeah, tonight was the first time I've ever roller skated. I usually rollerblade. Used to rollerblade when I was younger, but it was fun.
We had like races and different types, and you had to go through cones and shit like that. Yeah. Thank God for the 70s.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm really ripped tonight.
We went to it was an adult skate, which was pretty cool. Yeah, it was fun.
That's all that matters. You had fun.
Yeah, yeah, man.
It's the key to life, by the way. It's having fun. Thinking that you're 18 years old when you're 53.
True. Um, Blue Dream. Nice, Joseph.
How to be happy. Happiness is key to life.
Big white, big body cross with the white. Sweet berry floral. Nice, J. Patrick. I've heard of the white before. Not sure if I've had it or not.
You know, D, I can actually say the Afghani that I grew, you
Mm,
could call that the white.
cool.
Then my second harvest that I had, this was back in like 90s, in the 90s. I remember selling a friend a bag, and he calls me up the next day and he says, dude, I didn't get to smoke any of that. I go, what? He goes, I need another quarter. Dude, you can't get another quarter.
Oh no.
Man, you, I gave you an ounce, and all six friends got 6 ounces. You got your allotment. No, dude, the fucking cops busted me. What? Yeah, I came over and I grabbed that from you, and I showed up I went to the music show, And out in the parking lot, I was rolling it up, and the cops rolled up on me, and they thought it was
Oh,
dipped in something. And I said, "What?" And he said, "Yeah, they never seen cannabis look so white before.
huh. The white stuff.
The trichlomes on the plant just made it look white,
Mhm.
milky white." Man, that was the best Afghan one. 94 or 97 Sensi seeds.
Right on, Cap.
That is my pinnacle for me. That works for me medically time and time again, day after day, month after month.
Week after week.
My captain's cut is the same way. It's a cannabis that I can smoke every day, and I can get high for 2 to 3 hours on a half a joint.
Yeah, right on. Whoops. Nice. Growing white truffle. What? Oh.
Wish we had more fireworks.
Yeah, still early enough too.
Early. Holy shit, it's almost 12.
Yeah,
Almost midnight.
no, I know.
Nooner everybody in Thailand.
Yeah, yeah, man. Oh, check a little back in the chat.
I have a feeling I'm gonna crawl into bed tonight.
Uh, yeah. What?
That burger went down too easy.
Yeah,
It's good tonight.
nice. Yeah. Yeah. Gary Payne's awesome, J. Patrick. I get I get delivery of that all the time from this one company. It's been really good. I find it gassy and really good. Oh my god. I
You
just
like to
actually
get stoned.
eh?
And
Um
that's what I'm trying to bring to the people is like, hey, you've got all these free flavors. Now ready to taste something that tastes like what you're tasting now, but get you high for 2 hours, 3 hours.
uh-huh.
But they have to differentiate, that 30-minute high that tastes really good for $80 an ounce, or that, hey, that's $200 an ounce. But this weed over here for $200 an ounce gets you high for 3 times the amount of time.
Yeah.
I kind of crunch numbers, and it comes down to a price point, basically. like everything else. And yeah, if I have to spend $100 to take 4 or 5 hits to get where I need to go,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. I'll spend that $100 and take that 4 or 5 hits and be boom right where I need to be.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll spend that instead of an $80 ounce any day.
Well, I get some pretty good shit for $50 an ounce. It's crazy.
That
They
Hindu
must,
Kush I got was
they must,
50 an ounce.
they must friggin', I don't know, they must grow it great or whatever, but yeah, it's cheap and it's awesome. And I've been grabbing it. I think that's the company too. There's like multiples, like a selection of $50 an ounce, and then they'll give you a free random ounce for every ounce you buy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the place I get six for 150. Yeah, Mrs. D. Yeah, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I kind of do the same thing. I get a deal and I pass it on.
Yeah, Nakatomi Plaza. That's funny.
Yeah,
Right
I'm
on,
really
Silent
hammered.
Truth. Silent Truth outside a big screen of a campfire, Grateful Dead right now.
Got
Huh?
colors going on in front of me.
Uh, Spartan Puke.
Ooh,
Right on, J. Patrick. That's Spartan Puke, like Spartan from Michigan.
yeah,
Oh, okay. Cool.
exactly. Man, my house in Thailand probably still has some vortex seeds in it.
Huh.
I opened up that package from Spartan and those seeds went all over my floor.
Oh.
He sent me a package. I asked him if I could grab some of his. He ended up with a vortex pack and he made a BX
Hmm.
or nah, we'll call it a BX.
Hmm.
And he gave me a bunch of seeds. Well, when they came, he also sent some other seeds in little Ziploc baggies. But for some reason, all the vortex seeds seem to come right out of that baggie that he put them in. And when I opened them up, man, they went all over the floor. Holy shit. Thank God I had tile floors.
Huh. Huh.
He must have sent me 3, 4, 500 seeds. They just went everywhere.
Oh,
I
fuck.
was like, fuck me.
See, I would have took a shot back. If I had a shot back. And, like a pair of pantyhose or a sock. Did it that way. That's crazy.
No, I grabbed a broom and swept them up.
Oh, yeah.
Don't have a vacuum cleaner in Thailand.
Oh,
We
okay.
don't have carpet. Carpet
Oh, okay.
is mold.
Yeah, yeah, true.
Dude, I literally watched mold grow on my leather jacket in Thailand.
Oh, oh.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody watching, by the way. 31 people. Hop on and don't let your molds grow. I don't know.
I do get to have my leather back every time I go to Thailand now.
Hmm.
I gave my leather jacket to a friend of mine.
Yeah. Hi, movie.
Man, I can't wait for the end of March to come.
Is that where you're going back again, Captain?
Yeah.
Right on.
Yep.
Wait, did you just say the end of March?
Yep.
Oh, fuck. You got a bit to
It's so
go
far
there.
away, but so near.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah, I didn't post a lot from the last time I was in Thailand because that was me time.
Hmm.
That was me with my friends and just hanging out and relaxing. So I didn't post a lot of that.
Right on.
Man, did I see some shit that I just never seen before. You're 8 years in a country and then you go back and they finally accept you and then they take you to the special places that just like, here, you can have this plantation for $1,500 a month.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Are you talking about 15,000 baht or American?
$1,500 American a month.
Okay.
You can have a plantation. This is what my friends are lining up for me when I return to Thailand.
Oh,
Oh, they know it's going to be a big fucking party.
yeah, man. Yeah, where's Hard? No softcore tonight.
No softcore?
No. Yeah, man. Hop on, guys. We're gonna make this possibly the last call, and then we're gonna get off, and then it'll be too late.
Almost there.
Huh? Nice.
That last one had a lot of bourbon in it.
Mm, cool. Hey, there could never be enough bourbon in a glass.
Definitely seems like there's not enough ice because it's all melted. Kind of like the way I feel right about now.
Right on. All aboard? Hmm. The hell am I smoking again? Oh yeah, so anyways, I was talking about Getty painting. It's a good one, J. Patrick. I actually just,
Gelato 44.
eh?
So you've got the 33, which is the Larry Bird, and you've got the 44, which is Gary Payton.
Yeah. Getty? I don't know, but July 33 and 44. I never heard
It
them
was
like that.
well, what they were is they were plant 33 and 44,
Mhm.
supposedly.
Okay.
But it's an S1 probably.
True.
And you hunt them out.
Pocket. Mm,
Yeah, my breeding's a lot more complicated than that.
true. I'm gonna smoke some hash. Half time. Time for some blueberry.
Another piece of glass.
Yeah.
You find glass for weeks. Man, that pissed me off when that glass broke.
Yeah. So wait, he's a glass blower, is he?
Yeah,
So couldn't you take that broken glass and remelt it down and make you a new one?
you
Or
know,
something?
that's what I asked my mom. I said, should I go grab that glass and save it for Kenny and just give it to him and say, hey, can you make me another?
Yeah, there you go.
She said, no, throw it out because that would be like a slap in the face to Kenny.
Oh,
You should see the marbles that he makes, dude. Oh my God. The marbles are just, you thought someone was sitting there with a torch doing them.
cool.
And he's doing them on a long rod.
Your mama likes a long rod.
That's right.
Heyo.
But yeah, man. Yeah. I That's one talent I don't have is blowing glass.
Yeah, I'm not too artsy like that either. I can't even draw, so I don't have art. I'm not artsy like that.
I found out that I could grow really good stuff to put in that bowl though.
There you go. So there's the cat. There's what you're good at growing.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't
And
think
that's
I
what I
can. But
got the name for was for the growing.
yeah, man.
And also the captain part is because when we went out to festivals, I had everything. If you needed a hatchet, I had a hatchet. If you needed an extra tent, I had an extra tent. The captain took care of everybody on the ship.
Nice. Yeah. Hang on.
Well, I've been doing antique shows and everything my whole life and going to flea markets and stuff. So going to 3-day music festivals was nothing different for me. It was like, okay, we'll go from music to antiques, antiques to music. Boom.
Hang
It was a
on.
nice transition because I had everything for the festivals. It's
Nice.
like, yeah, I've been doing this for 20 years, guys. We just do it on the antique side. But a lot of those antique dealers like to smoke pot too.
Hang on.
Well, where Smash is at is Brimfield, Massachusetts. And it's literally the whole town for 1 week out of, well, I won't say 1 week out of the year because they hold it a couple times a year, but they shut down this whole town and different pastures out in this country town have antique markets. And you can see on a Friday, Saturday, when 4 to 5 different markets are open, You can have 2,500 different antique dealers set up and collectible dealers. So it's a really fun time if you know what you're doing or
Mm-hmm.
you're a collector. But
Okay.
yeah, that's a week long, and you're walking through in the middle at night in the evening. You're walking past, it's not someone's campsite, it's someone's antique booth. And yeah, you smell that pot in the air. You go over and hey,
Hey, how you doing? Oh, someone.
yeah. So I go help my parents at the antique show and take quarter pound with me. And my parents say, "Oh, it was a really good show. We made this much money." And I'd look at them and said, "Yeah, it was a really good show. I'm going home with nothing." What did you make? It was $400 an ounce. Well, how many ounces did you have? 18, 24.
Okay, show that. Hey, Doc. Choo choo.
Hey,
Anyone looking
yeah,
for a glass
shapes.
door? Just needs to be assembled. Huh. Like the chat here. Hey, Southern BT. Bonjour, Christophe. Comment ça va, mon ami? I hope you're doing good. Christophe, I'm smoking hashish right now. Blueberry hashish, Afghan style.
So, D, I didn't mention this earlier, but I went out and hit YouTube today and it pulled up one of Smash's old shows. And it
Uh-huh.
had you, Smash, it had someone I really miss, Charlie.
Oh, really? Charlie Sharp?
Charlie was on there and Uncle Rick was on there.
Oh, yeah.
I sat there and listened to that whole episode again.
Nice. Um, yeah. Still couldn't get Charlie Farms on here for even like an update and catch up with him, see how he's doing.
Yeah, I have mad respect for that gentleman.
Mm.
Mad respect. Because I know what it's like to work in that city, man. That's a tough city.
You know, use this one. Hey, doctor, leave me alone. You're muted if you're trying to talk.
I really like Charlie when he was talking about Boston because I know exactly the areas he's talking about.
Mm-hmm. Oh, oh, J5, you're so funny.
I probably spent a month out of the year in Boston because of Brimfield and it being a week-long antique market.
Oh, yeah, I forgot my camera's not working. I'm doing the Wu-Tang sign. Wu-Tang. All right, time to smoke some hashish.
I need some more ice. Excuse me, guys
Sure,
and gals.
we'll say hello to Doctor Leave Me Alone now.
Cheers, Doc.
Okay. How you doing, Captain? Can you hear
Gonna
me?
go refill my glass of ice, and I'll be right back.
Cool.
Yeah, we can hear you, Doctor.
All right. Yeah, this is the wall. Okay. I got these magazines, Stone Age
Huh.
and Leaf. And there's Frank Farm over there. Um, High
Nice.
Times 2019. I was getting them every year, the calendars, and the, s- the store I was going to stopped getting them. They stopped making them. 2020 might
Mhm.
have been the last year. I'm not sure. And then I got the Leaf magazine. That's who does that? I forget the guy's name. Danny Danko does the Leaf magazine.
Oh,
So I
really?
got I got a collection of those I've been saving. And then that's the Mendo Dope Frisbee, where I met them at the place in Boston, the Freedom Rally or whatever. And I was hanging out with them. I showed them my weed. They were sitting right next to me on a different table. I didn't know who they were. I was just, rolling joints. And then they went up towards the back of the stage, and I realized who they were. When they left a frisbee on the table, so I grabbed the frisbee, and and then I realized who they were when they go. So I ran up there to them when they're going on stage. And I got into the VIP free because of my friend Medical Mike was one of the speakers there. He's from like California, Las Vegas, and so he got me in the VIP, and so I was hanging out in there, and then so I ran up to those guys and gave them some of my sour kush seeds in a bottle cap. And then I seen them in a show, and I mentioned it, and the guys look at each other, and they like, oh yeah, whatever they were saying, but they remembered me, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So then I was, they got my seeds.
Yeah. Awesome.
So what do you call it? So I'm sitting there and getting stoned, and this group of people come walking through the VIP area, and I'm like looking at the people, and I'm looking at the one guy there. This guy looks familiar, and I'm looking at him, and he's looking at me, and he's walking in, and I'm looking at him, and it's like, then I realized Pony Boy, and he recognized me. He nods his head. I was like, wave to him and stuff. Yeah. So I met him in California because he's friends.
California.
He knows Medical Mike. I went to the Hemp Con over there, and um, in San Francisco back in 2013 and 2015. And so I knew these people over there. And then I met him there, kind of, he was there. And then we were in Vegas. I was in Vegas, and we were at the Westgate. They had a they had a big hemp thing going on. So I was uh, I was there in the VIP with all these guys from California came there, and we were all hanging out that I knew. So they wandered off to a little section, and I just hung out with a bunch of people, like 15, maybe 10 people. One guy was from Maine, and he had some really good weed from Maine, and the guys rolled up a couple joints and was smoking it. A bunch of people there. Then they started,
Mhm.
leaving, and everyone left. And me and Pony Boy we're the only ones left there smoking a joint. We're like, me and him were smoking a joint. And that's how I really met him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, then I seen him in Boston, but my friend from California, well, they're in Vegas now. He has a house over there, and um, Pony Boy used to come by there all the time and hang out and call my friend my nug. He'd call people my nug, something like that. And yeah, so so I met Pony Boy there. That was at the Freedom Fest in 2017, I think. But I met him like back in the day, 2013. Vegas was I think 2015 or 14. Let me see, what year is it? I don't know. I went there a couple of times. I got these degrees from Oaksidam University. That's 2015. I was there 2015. There's a class picture. I'm right here with the denim and the hemp con hat. And those are the, I'm there, right there. And then that's all the stoners in the class. That was 2015. And this one was gotta move the camera. This one was March 23rd, 2013. That was, this guy here wanted me to go to he was going to give me a ride to the airport, but here's me right there. But I started taking pictures when we were leaving other place, and we were told not to take pictures. So the guy came over to us and I was like taking pictures. The other guy split and he was going to give me a ride. So I told the guy I'll delete him. And I went outside and I kind of like forgot that he was going to give me a ride. I already had plans to catch the bus and go to the airport because after that I think I was going back to Vegas because I have family there. So I get to stay there when I go out there. And this is one of my degrees from Oaksidam.
That's Hun Holland, right?
I am so
Oaksidam
glad.
in Oakland. In Oakland. This is another one. And this one here, this is the horticulture one. I got the valedictorian of my class. They wanted me to stay there and teach.
Nice.
I was like, I'm just on a 2-week thing, man. So there in Vegas, I got my picture of me and Tommy Chong. That's right after I was stoned right there. Fucking wasted. After we smoked that weed with Pony Boy, they were getting pictures. You had to buy something. So I bought rolling papers. I bought his rolling papers, and you can get a picture taken with him. I forget. I forget if that was any money or not. I forget. I think if you just bought something, you could get a picture. I'm not sure. But they gave me some of his CBD water. So I was drinking some of that online. Then when I got up there, he looks at me and he tells the guy taking the pictures, he goes, "This guy's stoned." And I was like, shit, dude. So I went and I put my arm around him and he put his arm around me. Oh, no, he didn't. Right there. And I got a picture taken with him.
Nice.
And then here, me and Ed Rosenthal. Okay, that's a picture. I got this picture in Massachusetts at one of the Harvest Cups, but he taught me, in, I think, 2015. He came into the class and taught us for a little while. And yeah, so in the class, he wouldn't sign my hat. If you bought a book from him, Bert, I already bought his book back in the 70s. Okay, I bought his first Sinsemilla, it was called, the book, Sinsemilla, and
I'm sorry. Mel Franks listed Ed Rosenthal as a photographer in my first book.
well, he had this nice book with nice pictures, colorful pictures. I read it. It was about growing weed and what to look for. It was I forget, it came out in like 74, I think. And then,
Yeah, that was
um,
his first book, was 74.
and then what do you call it? Then, um, so if he would sign you the book if you bought it there at the class. And I told him I already bought a book years ago. And I was like, can you sign my hat? And he goes, no, he wouldn't sign my hat. And everyone in the class is like, ah, and he's in class, teaching us and everything. And he's like, did I tell you about this already? I go to the guy next to me, man, he got burnt. I told him. The guy starts laughing. And yeah, so I was in class. Yeah, it was a good time. I went there just for the fun of it. You know what I mean? I was like, I got to go there. I went to the student union, and it was awesome. All right,
Now,
you
when
up
you went
there,
there, it was an expanded from what they had originally started in Amsterdam.
it was down
Because
the
in 2006, 2007, 8, I was in the Bay Area and I was talking with them and I got them to change their curriculum. Instead of being a 4-week class, I got them to extend it.
yeah, it was
You
cool,
could
man.
have actually been learning from me, Doc, because they offered me that chancellorship in 2006 because I wanted to expand the university. I wanted to make it bigger than what they had.
Yeah,
I
I wanted.
wanted to take it from a 7-week class to a 16-week class.
Well, I tried to get him to come here. I found an old school in the New York side by this next to Connecticut. It's right on the New York line there in Connecticut, and just a nice big brick old school. And I was like,
Yeah,
damn, I'd like to get that. It was for sale. So I mentioned to Amsterdam University if they could want to do a school over here. I found a spot. And because Dale Sky Jones is from Connecticut. Okay. So she's right from this area, kind of northeast. So back when I went to school in 2013, okay, over there, I went to school in 2013. I got an offer to take a mini course in Rhode Island with Tom McCormick with doing BHO and a seminar. And I was like, oh, cool. And they said, if you go, it's going to be 300, but you get a discount if you want to come back to Oakland again. We'll give you like that 300 on the price of the school off. You know what I mean? So I was like, shit, I went. So I was in Long Island driving the cab. So I left, I worked, I guess, Saturday night. I forget what day it was. And drove out. I went to Orient and I took the ferry over and I went up 95 and went to Rhode Island. I slept in my car there. I went to the show. I went to the seminar at the Civic Center, and I walk in. Well, first of all, I'm outside walking in. There was a guy there from like Brooklyn that had this cart, and it's like hash oil, like really good. The guy was saying that he does construction, and they threw out a vacuum oven out of a place, so he grabbed it. I mean, a vacuum chamber. So he makes his own BHO and vacuum chambers it, and the guy made some good shit. I had one hit, I was like, fucking nice buzz. And I wanted to get another hit, but I walked into this place now, fucking the seminar stone, and I'm like, okay, so I asked Oxidam if the doctor's gonna be there or Dale Sky Jones or someone, and they were like, no. So I get in there and I go there. I see right there is the doctor and Dale Sky Jones. So I had my Oxidam T-shirt on and my ID I brought with me, and she gave me a hug. She's like, "Oh, how you doing?" She gave me a hug right there, and everyone that the guys that I was out there smoking with came in with me too, and they're like online there when so I get a nice hug from her, and she just had a baby girl at the time, and she had a little baby there, and so I met Tom McCormick. Okay, he goes, "You look familiar." I'm like, "I've been around." So and then he taught us in class, and I won something. They had a little giveaway. I won like one of those things you put the weed in, little stainless steel thing, and it has like a humidifier in it to keep it at the right uh, humidity. I think it's like a stone or something. I'm not sure, but um, yeah. So I went to there, and then after that, I went back to Oakland again because the student union was awesome. So the first year it was open. The second year they were renovating it back when I went, and so I go in the student union, and there's tables there with chairs, and there's bongs along the wall on a shelf, vaporizers, volcanoes on the wall on the shelf.
Oh, God.
Okay. They had a table with munchies on it. They had a pool table. They had a large like movie screen where you could watch like TV or whatever or movies on it. Or they had music playing. I forget. And in the back they had a little room where you can go buy shit. So I ended up buying pineapple hash. I ended up buying
The back
abgu.
room.
I got abgu. I got some maple leaf hash, and I bought a couple of strains. I just can't think offhand which ones I bought.
That
I
dude that
cranberry
that you're talking about finishes in the end of this September. The end of September here in Ohio. It's great fucking outdoor weed.
and um, I had um, pineapple. I had pineapple express, I think, and I had something else. I forget. Yeah, so I had different weeds there, but we ended up growing the fire OG that we grew in school, and I had an extra seed. And I'm like, I go to the guy next to me, and an extra seed. He's like, keep it. And I was like, ah, fuck it. I instead of putting one seed in the little thing, I put two seeds in. And then we had a top plants, right? And he wanted us to just pinch the tops. And I just pulled out the middle section. It's like, fuck, it's an eye top plants. And he's like, so we were in class and everything, and I was like, if you're talking about trimming or whatever, and I go, do they blindfold you like they do upstate New York and take you to the place? And everyone's like laughing, but that's what they do. If you get a trimming job, as I heard, someone told me. There's a train. I don't know if you can hear it.
Well, you know, we're all outlaws. Yeah, that was a
I
man.
can't really hear the
I
train.
messed up, Doc. I messed up. I should took chancellorship.
I couldn't hear you. The train. You still there?
I should have took. I should have took. I should have took. Yeah, fuck. I can't talk now. I should have took the chancellorship. Toast, bam. I could have took that university to the next level, and that's what they did.
Yeah, I wanted to do it, but they wanted to bring it here. And then I wanted to do my own Vermont University. And I was thinking of doing that. But,
It
you
could
know,
have been East Coast to West Coast.
right. Well, they did the mini course in Rhode Island that time. I went to because Todd McCormick used to live there, I think. That's what I was.
Todd in the 80s and the 90s got stopped in Ohio when my normal chapter actually helped get him out of jail.
Right?
Yeah. Normal chapter that I volunteered at helped get him out of jail. Todd started off driving weed from New York to California and California to New York. That's how that all started with Dennis Perone and everybody.
Yeah, well, I walked in. I walked in when I went to Oakland when I first got there to the school. And I see Harborside. I see Harborside, and I'm like, it's at the school. I walk in there, right, and the guy Steve Delangelo was there, and I walk in, I had like my Marlboro bag, a big Marlboro duffel bag with computer and shit, and I walk in there, and he's like, "Can I help you?" And I was like, "Is this Oak Sedan University?" He's like, "No, it's across the street, but you got to go around the front." So you got to go around the block. It was pretty rough neighborhood over there because the second year, um, some of the people for lunch went down the block like a couple of blocks away to get lunch, and they ended up getting robbed. And by night, the guy's like, comes back, and he's like, "Oh, we just got robbed. They took my wallet." And it was supposedly some guy just got out of jail from that area. And that's what that, that was all about. He needed money to rob people. So yeah, I met Steve D'Angelo in Harborside.
Yeah, D'Angelo is a relative of a family that works for here in Cleveland.
Yeah, well, he used to do a lot of running down the Keys. I knew people on Long Island. This one guy, he's like, "Do you know Steve D'Angelo?" I'm like, "No." He goes, "Well, I know him." And then my friend used to go down to the Keys, and he, this is back in like the 70s.
70s.
We used to go down to the Keys. We used to go all the way to the last island and to the last house where they used to bring shit in. And that's where he used to bring bales up. And he had a seaboard, a scarab racing boat. And they like, I don't know if they put it in there and trailed it or what, but there was different ways they would do it. You know what I mean? It was one way the guy took, he bought a brand new truck and put a stack of plywood in the back and hollowed out the plywood and left a couple boards solid on the top, nailed them down, and used to bring bales up to Long Island and shit back in the day. And what do you call it? So these guys ended up knowing, you know, Steve and those guys down there that were doing that back in the day. And I wish the guy ended up dying. I wish he was still around. My friend Kenny would have got more information about it now that I, you know a little more about it. But his brother's still around. His brother's actually going to come up in August. He's going to come up to New York and to my farm and go to the Herkimer Diamond Mine, look for diamonds. I think he's talking about because it's like an hour from me. So there's a lot of deadheads go there and look for the diamonds.
Why not?
It's a cool
Find
place.
the money in the sand.
I went there with him once and I found a couple nice crystals. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it
And
is cool, isn't it?
yeah, so
I've been down in Louisiana. I've been to Asia, and yeah, it's fucking exciting
I went
seeing
to,
those gems pop out.
yeah, I was in back in 1969, right when Woodstock's going on. Okay, this is how I first started to see weed. Okay, there was a bunch of people hanging out in the school ground. We were my group of younger kids and the older group of kids, you know, like a couple grades older. You know, we all met up and one guy had a joint and there's like 15 people or more. And they were like, hold it, everyone can't smoke because we're not going to get high. If everyone gets a hit, we're not going to get high and shit. So not everyone got to smoke. I don't think I got to smoke, right? So I went to, I ended up going to North Dakota that summer, right when Woodstock was going on. I went to Bismarck, and my sister and her husband were in the Air Force, so they were there. And they had a big flood that year. So me and my sister, one of my sisters, went out there and visited, and then we went to South Dakota. They had sturgeons going on, so we seen that, and then we went to the Black Hills. We went to Reptile Gardens, and then we went to Mount Rushmore, 1969, and they just. I was there the day they opened up. You know, they knew when it was going to open up, so we were there that day, and we were like the first ones online. We got there real early, so I was like the first one online at the gate when they opened up. So they had the news there and everything because they just opening the place up. It was closed for years, and they had me on the news. It's my accent and everything from New York that that I was there like a tourist. I was only 12 years old at the time, so um, yeah. So I was there
I'm
for that. It was something cool. That place is really nice. And
Yeah, it is.
it opened up like a 4 in the evening, I think. And we were there. It was night and it lit up with lights and everything. Thing was really cool. Really nice, man. It's unbelievable what they did there. And um, yeah, so that summer while Woodstock was going on, people were like, "You should be back in New York at Woodstock." You know, when we got to Bismarck, they had a record store up the road, so that was like, "Oh yeah, I want to go up to the record store and maybe buy a 45." You know what I mean, or something that was like going on back then. You know, wherever was like rock and roll,
45s.
and there's a bridge there, and there was a couple of people hanging out on the bridge smoking a joint, and they were like, there was like a creek running underneath. So they were like, yeah, if the cops come, we could just drop it in the creek. And they were smoking on it. That's why they were smoking right on the middle of the bridge.
Bridge.
So, you know, so then I'm like, I'm figuring out that they were smoking pot. And, you know, so I get back to New York and all my friends are smoking weed. So, you know, so I ended up, you know, getting weed and flipping some of it and getting weed for my head, you know. And, and that went on for like 30 years. Now, from 1970 to 96, you know, whatever how many years that was. But
Wow.
yeah, so yeah, that was, I started out in Smithtown, over in St. James area, Stony Brook. And I used to go to the college, go to all the dorms. We used to have wild parties over there on Thursday nights, keg parties. I'd get wasted. I used to drink a lot back then, like, you know, keg beer get you fucked up. So drinking that
Hey,
shit.
Utica, you know, you can you could put out some beer.
And then I had a camp at the college, right in the woods, in between the athletic field and the train station. It was a woods. It was a softball field, and then it was like a big, like open field for like, wasn't soccer. I don't know what they did there. It might have been soccer. Yeah, I think it was soccer. And um, so I had a camp in the woods there. We had tents in there, had it all set up, all camouflage. This other guy, Greg, had one there at camp. He built like a stone barbecue. He got bags of cement and made like a barbecue with an oven. He got like an old metal bread box and put it in there and made like an oven and shit. We used to grill like beets and all sorts of vegetables on there. It was like great. And we were living in the woods there. And then we lived right through the winter. I had a big foam cushion. My parents sold the house to get rid of me. That was back in like in the 83. This this is probably 83. First they sent me to Chicago, 1977. They fucking threw me on a plane and sent me over there. And set me up with a job. I was there for 3.5 years. Then I made it back to New York, and then they had to sell the house to get rid of me. Like that was
You
80,
know, it's
80.
it's funny, Doc, because my parents in '98, yeah, '98 sent me to New Hampshire to make money.
So back
Because
in,
in New Hampshire in '98, I was making $15 an hour as a salesman for Timberland shoes and
that's good.
Timberland clothes,
That was good money back then.
North Conway, New Hampshire.
I was, what do you call it? So, um, let's see. I just lost my thought. Um,
I'm sorry.
yeah. Let's just, what was I talking about?
You were talking about the the 60s and coming into
I came back. Yeah, I came back to New York, right? Back in like 81. And I used to grow weed. We were growing Thai weed when I left in 1977. We had one spot in this place where they used to build helicopters. And now they stopped doing that. And it was all fenced in. And there's a gate with a guard and everything. And then they used to use it as an industrial park. And it was different people doing stuff in different shops there. And this guy that built the dory boats, we're building them there. There was a guy doing bean sprouts. We'd have these racks, screens, and put bean seeds on there. And they had sprinklers that came on and watered them. He's making bean sprouts and different places doing different things. So we'd sneak in there and go back in the woods, back in there, and we cleared out a spot. We're actually two spots. And the one we grew Thai weed, and the other one we grew after, no, that was Colombian back then. That was back in '77. We had Thai weed and Colombian we were growing. And I got sent to Chicago that year, so I didn't get to get anything. I did grab some, but I buried it and it all rotted. So it was only leaf anyway. I wasn't even ready. I got sent to Chicago back in August. The same day Leonard Skinner's plane went down. We hit the same storm. The guy in the pilot goes, "Oh, we're running into turbulence. The plane went down." He goes, "Yeah." So that was the same day I flew into Chicago, and it was too early for the buds. It was too early for flower at the time. So, um, so I come back to New York back in like '81, and I see my friend, and he had Afghani seeds. He goes, "Oh, you dismissed it. We had Afghani. He called it gigantic weed. He said it's big buds and it the seeds are gigantic." And I was like, "You want to grow it with me again?" And I was like, "Okay." So we went to the same spot and we grew it, and that came out really good. Um, it was like a black hash smelling, and when we were trimming, we'd scrape it off my fingers, the black hash, and smoke it, and oh my God, that's the freshest black Afghani I ever had. And we used to get blocks of the shit. You know what I mean? We used to get we wasn't so much back in the '70s, but in like '84, we used to get like ounces of the black hash, the kaboo. Had a gold stamp on it, says kaboo. It came in like a cellophane that was like amber color, like a gold. And we were getting a quarter pound for 500. So it was like a buck and a quarter an ounce. And it went for
yeah.
$10 a gram back then. And um, we were getting that, but you think that's fresh, but it ain't really until you smoke it right off your fingers. That same stuff.
Yeah.
It's totally different. I mean, you could tell, oh my God, and yeah, so and back in the day when these guys over there, they were all hooked up with big connections. Like we had sacks of blonde Lebanese, came in a white sack with a stamp of an aeroplane or lions with a scale. Um, I had two of the sacks I was saving, but I didn't want them around too much because there could be evidence. So I wanted to get them under a
Yeah.
frame and 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 glass and put them under a frame and glass and like So when I came back from Chicago, I had like um, a stack of high times I was collecting from 1974 when they started, and um, my Schwinn bicycle. I had a Continental 10-speed, and I had all my T-shirts. I had Freak Brothers rolling papers, a box of those. I had steamrollers. I think I had like a box of steamrollers. I had an ashtray, big ashtray with a pot leaf in it. And when I was in Chicago, I went to Adam's Apple Distributors, and they did all the distributing out of Chicago. So it was I walk into the place and I was like in heaven. They had like fucking boxes of rolling papers, big giant bags of screens with all different sizes where they'd weigh them out and bag them up and shit, and they, so I walk into the guy named was Jake, and I walk into his office, and it was all like pipes on his desk and bongs and
Hillbilly
mirrors,
candy store.
doing coke and shit, mirrors and shit. I was like, I bought like fucking the little amber vials. I bought the funnels that go on it because I was gonna make oil back then. I actually bought my second ISO 2 machine from him in Chicago. The first one I got in '74 out of High Times. Then I got this one in '78 when I was in Chicago. I went there in '77. It was probably like '78 when I went there. I went to this distributing place, and the guy's like, "Okay, so we're gonna set up an account for you." I was like, "Okay." So he's like, "What do you want to call your business?" I go, "I don't know." He's like, "How about Frank's Recreation?" I said, "Okay." So he could. My name of my business is like Frank Recreation. Um, Back then, but they ended up selling. It's like I could order shit real cheap. I had catalogs. I'd get shit half price, and you
Yeah.
know, I was getting boxes of steamrollers, the glass ones, and rolling papers, and I used to get job T-shirts and a bunch of shit. So um, now they sold it to. It used to be Adam's Apple, and now they just sold it to. I think it's called Apple. That's in charge now. So I had called there, and asked for Jake, and he died. He's no longer around, and they changed names and all this stuff. I can still get an account with him if I want, but you know, so I ended up getting another oil machine from them, my second one,
What year was that?
'78, I think. The first,
78.
the first one was in '74. I was just playing around with homegrown leaves, wasn't even buds. The shit didn't get you high, but I figured it had some CBD in it. So I was converting it. I was still making Delta 8 back then. I only did it like once or twice just to see, I didn't even smoke it. It was just like experimenting, and I went through the steps of extracting it, then the step of isomerizing it, and then the step of neutralizing it, and then the step of separating it. And I just went through the steps, and it came with a little Bruckner funnel and um, aspirator. It's one that you hook to the faucet. And the pressure of the water going through makes a vacuum. That's what they had back then for that little setup.
Unit.
And just played around a little bit with that back then. But after that's the only time I summarized. Basically, I was just extracting with it and separating.
So you
And
were making the honey oil.
yeah, no, it always came out green because back then we were using either homegrown and very little you could really buy stuff and use it. My friend did it with the blonde hash. He made some fucking good oil, and they had a machine, and they so the guy had a mayonnaise jar. He's telling me, and my friend Dennis, he's coming up soon, and they see these guys had access to pounds of Lebanese, and the blonde in the sack, and um, they were making hash oil out of hash. The blonde Lebanese they were using, and they would make some good honey oil. And he had a mayonnaise jar full, and it was all like hard. So he's like, he wants to get it like soft and shit. So he puts it on the stove, I guess in like a pot of water, and
What?
he's heating it up, and he forgot to loosen the top, and the fucking thing exploded. He said fucking honey oil was all over the ceiling, all over the walls, all over him. Fucking total mess. But
That didn't just happen to him. It happened to a lot of people.
he forgot to open the cap on the mason jar, whatever it was. And this like oil all over the place. But I was in Chicago back in like the end of the 70s, early 80s. And I was I went to my boss's son place in Tui and Overhill. It's up Harlem Avenue. I think it's south. No, north. Gotta be north. And um it's coming back on the bus. I think I was with my girlfriend, I'm not sure. And this dude had a gram of red oil. I was like, really? And he showed me it, and I'm like, wow, what do you want? He's like 45. So I ended up buying it, a gram of red oil. But
$45 back then. That was a lot of money.
$45 for a full gram in a little jar. It was like, the 2 gram jar, but it's half of it's like a gram. And it was red oil that's very rare. Find that. I mean, this shit looked like blood. So and it was fucking awesome. So I I bought that because I had red hash once back in like it was like around 75, 1975. Um, the one bigger dealer wanted to take care of me. So I got an ounce of red hash, red Lebanese. It was soft. It was pretty thick, like a brownie, and it was like maroon color. And it was $130.
Man, you
So
got my mouth watering.
that was like real red Lebanese, man. Believe me. And we used to get Moroccan too. We used to get slabs of Moroccan. We used to get slabs of Keef. I forget how much the prices were back then, but I could look in high times. I would get the shit cheaper than with high times. I'd have it at the lowest price or lower. And all the Colombian, I used to get Colombian red. I used to get Colombian gold. I used to get orange. I get multicolored Colombian. I'd be getting red gold, orange gold, whatever. We had it all back then. And it would come in, you buy it. If you didn't buy it, it would be gone.
Yep.
If you didn't jump on it, it's gone. You go back, sometimes gone. And we used to get the Thai stick back then. An ounce of Thai stick, I think it was like 110.
All the stuff to stick to your stick, man.
I think it was like 110 bucks for the Thai stick for an ounce. And it was like, I think it was like 20 something sticks. I think they were a little over a gram a stick, gram and a half. They were small, and they came in like a little Thai stick brick. And then there was another type that was more pressed. It was more like a chemical. It's like the one that was aged. And that shit was fucking really hallucinogenic. That was like the super shit. And I only had one stick of that, I think, actually. And then in like 70, it was like 75, the guy that used to get the Afghani and um, Colombian, it could have been in 74. It could have been around 73 even. I'm not even, it might have been 73 even. Because when I got back, it was in like 71 to New York from Chicago. We grew weed we grew that Afghani that year. Came out beautiful. Um, and um,
Made bank.
we did all right, Um, we grew some. It might have been Colombian, but I didn't see that. I don't know where that was went. I was just happy about getting the Afghani. I didn't really care. I mean, it wasn't my seeds. I was just helping the guy basically. So we had a pretty good haul on the Afghani, and so that guy knew the big guy that was over in the South Shore, and the guy was like, he's the guy that got the Afghani that I missed. I missed the original, but he used to get the Colombian too back then. This is like all different. This is like we used to get the Colombian in the 70s, and this was like, I went to Chicago. I came back. Well, now we're in the 80s, and hooked up with this. My friend was still my friend and everything, and had the Afghani, and then he used to get the Colombian from this guy, pounds. It's like, um, so I used to do shellfishing. So I used to like, we used to dig oysters. So we worked on the water and stuff. So I worked with him. I had a license, so he would do the digging. I would do the culling. I would bag them up and wash them, split them up if they were stuck together. Take the chowders from the cocktail oysters, separate them, and, and we could take twice as much. You were allowed 15 bags of license, so we could have 30 bags. And I got paid by the bag, and then he would pay me in weed at the end of the day. And then I'd go hang
Really?
out with a friend, and anyone wanted weed, I'd just like, sell them weed and get my money back that I worked for that day, and still have
Exactly.
weed, and still have weed left. So you know, that, so that was cool for him too, because he didn't have to pay cash and get good deals. And so he knew the big dealer on the South Shore. Uh, So he came over with 15 pounds of Colombian. You got to hear this one. 15 pounds of Colombian with seeds, you know. And then he came over with, what was it? I think it was, shit. I think, forget how many pounds. He had chocolate Thai and vanilla Thai. I forget how many pounds he left me because I didn't have it long. I ended up getting a quarter pound of each. So, and I paid $1.25 an ounce, I think, back then for it. It was the chocolate and vanilla, two different ones. And um, yeah, so
What
I had the real chocolate and the real vanilla Thai weed. You know what I mean? The vanilla was the light colored, and the chocolate was darker, and it smelled like chocolate, and the other one smelled like vanilla. It was like, and then so he ended up coming back that night. He went home and ate dinner, showered or whatever, and came back and grabbed the Thai weed. And I didn't see that again. Right? He left me a quarter pound of each, um, and he left me 15 pounds of Colombian. So what do? I break out the triple beam. I start weighing these pounds to see what they weigh. Oh, this one's over. Okay, so I think I had like started with like a quarter pound that I bought. So I'm like, okay, so this one's over. So I'll pinch some out of here, make it right, and go to the next one. Ah, this one's over too. Grab some out of there, make it right. And I went through all 15. I ended up with like a half pound, say. You know what I mean? And now I'm like,
that was
okay.
Red Stash.
I'm like, okay, now I take mine, I take my half pound, I break it all up, take all the seeds out. So now I go back to the bags. I'm like, okay, well, let's take some more out of this. Let's get a handful of seeds, throw them in there. And weigh them and see what they weigh. Okay. Oh, it's a little over. Okay, that's good. So I ended up like getting more now. Took all the seeds out of the half pound. I ended up with like more like 3/4 of even a pound, you know.
That's how I got all the seeds in my brickweed. Fuck.
It wasn't brick, it was fluffy Colombian. It was like it wasn't brick, it wasn't pressed back then.
I
Some
know. I'm just
was
joking,
pressed.
bro.
You know what I mean? It would be chunks, you know what I mean? It wasn't pressed really hard, but sometimes, you know what I mean? It
It
was
come
all
out in buds
the
when you pull
Colombian
it apart.
sometimes would be like, you know, you have to pull out twigs. It was like it matted together. You had to pull it apart and try to not rip the buds open. You know what I mean? And rip them apart and shit like that. But yeah, I had it all when I grew up. Down on
Man, I was getting that stuff from northern Mexico in like the late 80s. Yeah, around Christmas time, you get these spears that would come in, and it'd be like, man, I got a 5 gram bud, 6 gram bud, 7 gram bud.
yeah, back. So I was up in like Smithtown area, North Fork of Long Island. And then I went out to the Hamptons. Well, I was doing the shellfishing, and then I went on to a lobster boat and ended up doing lobster fishing in the Long Island Sound. And then from there, it was a smaller boat. Um, then I got on like a 65-foot tripper that was a dragger and in Port Jeff, and he was going to Sheephead's Bay in Brooklyn. So we went out fishing and got lobster on that boat, and then we went around into the city and the Sound and came around and went over to Brooklyn on the ocean, over on the south side of Long Island, over go through New York City in the canal, whatever, through there, the Hudson, I guess, and went to Brooklyn and unloaded the lobster as far as a fish market there, and we'd unload and we'd get water. We'd fill the water tanks up. You'd get milk jugs, and we'd have to fill the milk jugs up with water and pull them to the boat in a tote and dump them in the tank and fill up water and shit. And then one of the guys who was out there and one of the captains on another boat wanted a quarter pound. So my friend's like, before we left, my friend's like, hey, you got any weed? He goes, Captain Cash wants like a quarter pound. And we'll take it on the boat and bring it around. And he goes, I'll even sell it to him, like, because, I didn't really know Captain Cash. And so my friend fucking ended up selling it to him. I forget what it was going for back then, a QP, and then from there, we went out to Shinnecock. Went out to the Shinnecock Inlet fishing station over there. And we worked out in the ocean there, getting, I think, what were we getting? Flounder? Maybe squid? Oh, whiting. He used to go for whiting. And we'd get whiting and maybe some rock crabs and stuff like that. Maybe some flounder. I'm not sure exactly what we got back then on that boat. And then he ended up going back to Port Jeff. So I ended up staying in the Hamptons. I stayed and got a job on another fishing boat. I got a job on a 65-foot steel boat. The other one was an old wooden shrimper. We went out in the ocean like 100 miles out. That's when we seen the high time. That's when we seen the big boat come in. Seen the big fucking ship come in. All the little sport boats, like the sport fishermen boats would run over to this at night. All of a sudden, this big boat would show up. Big ocean liner, a big fucking ship, fucking gigantic. And these sport boats would run over there. And one backed up to the back of the other boat, and like we're seeing it, we got binoculars and shit. The boat. So we're like looking at them and shit, and then there's like all these lights come on the deck. The whole fucking boat lights up. It's like daylight out there, and they were like transporting weed. And I was like, hey, put up the high times flag. Just joking around. And then the lights would go off and sport boat would take off and the other boat would disappear. Gone. The big huge boat. It was like, oh my God, did we just see that? It was like just weed that good. And and then so there was stories like that. My other friend used to go fishing at a bayshore, and him and they go on a sport boat, and they go out, they come back, and they got a cooler, big cooler, filled with weed, and each guy grabs a side of it and walks back. The guy in the van, they throw it in the van, and they went and they split it up. And one guy would take half, the other guy would take half, and they would have to get it out to Montauk. So that's where the stash house was, up on the hill in Montauk. It was like right by the Montauk Manor. So we what do you call it? So the guy one guy used to jump on the train, put it in suitcases, jump on the train, go around the railroad, and throw the conductor, a bag of weed. He didn't get the free ride out to Montauk, and he'd walk up the hill and get off the train and dropped it off and got $500. So they used to do that, and
Get paid.
the guy used to end up. He ended up with like a drag. He had a Mustang with like a worked engine in it, traction bars, all like crazy, and he had a dragster. He had a rail. He had a fucking rail too, a dragster. And he lived right around the corner from Jack Merkel. Jack Merkel was like an engine builder for like
Yeah.
these racing guys and shit. So yeah, so he ended up buying some nice toys, and I ended up hooking up with him. See, my friends used to hunt, and we used to hunt pheasants. I didn't hunt, but I used to drive them around sometimes. They'd go road blasting, we call it. I'd drive them around. They'd sit in my truck and say, "Oh, there's one hell fucking," and fucking boom, run out, grab it, and fucking come in. So they got me one, and I had it stuffed. We ended up knowing a taxidermist guy, so we would stuff them. And I had one stuffed with the wings open, and I had a nice mahogany piece of wood all routed and mounted on that was a pheasant. And so that's how I met this guy that brought the weed in from the boat and took it to Montauk through that guy. And I ended up paying the guy weed to fucking for my pheasant to get it stuffed. Yeah. So yeah, so I ended up getting supposed to be getting a pound off this guy. Right. So we made a place to meet on the way to the beach down in Essequah on I forget the name. One was River Road, and the other one was I think it was maybe called Long Beach Road. Well, we're supposed to meet at the corner there. It was like a dirt spot where you can like pull over, whatever on the side. And I'm coming down the road. He's coming down from Smithtown, so he was over there, and I was coming from another way. So I'm pulling up to the corner where I'm supposed to meet him. I see his van and a fucking cop standing there by the door holding a fucking pound of weed. I'm like, oh fuck. So I keep driving, man. I was like, fuck. And I didn't talk to him after that.
No shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I was supposed to meet him, get that pound. He was waiting there, I guess. The cop pulled up and was like, what are you doing? And I guess he had the pound sitting right there for me.
Wow.
And I'm like ready to pull up, and all of a sudden I see the cop there with a fucking pound of weed in his hands by the guy's van, right by the door. I'm like, oh fuck. So I keep on driving to the beach. And that was that. I wanted to see what he had. But that sucked. So we never knew what
You
kind of
missed
legal.
that one.
What's that?
You missed that one.
Yeah, I don't know what it was either. You know, I wanted to see what.
You could have got caught up in that too.
Yeah, I could have got caught up, but the cops knew me. Come on, man! I was selling since 1970.
Yeah.
When I came back from a trip to out west, the Midwest or whatever, you know, I've been selling weed since then, and the cops all knew me. My mother, my father. I mean, my mother was born in the town where we live, and we knew everybody. And I had 6 sisters. Everyone in the schools, everyone knew each other. You know what I mean? I had like 6 sisters, and they were all older, and all the families with big kids. You know what I mean? We all knew everybody, and and um, and I lived right next to a cop too, with my parents, and you know, no one bothered me. No one bothered me. My father was in the fire department and worked for the
That's why
town.
no one bothered you. Your
And
father was in the fire department.
my father, no, my great grandfather. One of my great grandfathers used to be like, I don't know. He planted all the trees at the elementary school. There were gigantic pine trees. He planted them. I think he was like one of the guys that found the founder of that town, St. James, because he was in charge of the schools, and I think he even started with the fire department to get the fire department or something like that going. He did a lot over there, and that was like, I don't know, one of my uncle, not uncle, my mother's, someone in the family, and Robert Frost, the poet. He's well, my great grandmother came from Robert Frost family. Okay. My mother's grandma, like my uncle would say, he was at grandma's. You know what I mean? So my uncle or my mother, it wasn't her mother, it was my mother's mother, I guess, grandma or some great grandma came from the Robert Frost family. So, yeah, so my family knew everyone there. I got in trouble on, on a moped. I outran cops on a moped. I had, I, I had weed on me, and they started to chase me. And 'cause I was driving on sidewalks in town, cutting through places where they couldn't get through, and fucking driving around. I fucking wailed around the corner and fucking winged the weed into the woods before they could come around the corner. And then they went behind a bank and stopped. And it was one guy was like a rookie cop type, you know. Another guy that was the sergeant who showed up. So I was stopping and was talking to the sergeant, like, what's going on here? This guy's chasing me. Yeah. So,
You're
so
selling weed, dude.
me and pushing me. And the sergeant's like, hey, cut it out. You know what I mean? The guy wanted to like kick my ass from outrunning him. But the sergeant was there, so he told him to fucking calm down. You know what I mean? Because I was already talking with the sergeant for like a minute or so before this other guy came up. And I ended up going to court. And once they knew who, the guy goes, "Do you live by the St. Philip and James Catholic Church?" Because he recognized the name. My mother knew the judge. So she's like, yeah. I go, yeah. It goes dismissed. I couldn't even say anything. I couldn't even like tell him that I wasn't guilty or nothing. You know what I mean? And
You were told to say what you say, and that's it.
he just told me dismissed right away. Oh yeah, dismissed. So they, it's like really who you know in this
Mm-hmm.
world to get out of stuff like this. And um,
Now
yeah,
you take that time and you go to Thailand, and it's the same way
what happened?
today, the same way it was back 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Yeah,
Well,
it's who you know.
right. You got to know someone, or you're screwed. So I got a lawyer that I'm working with, and he still hasn't budged yet. But he used to be a judge, so he knows the game the cops play. You know what I mean? So I meant to call him yesterday, but I forgot. And then when I remembered, it was already after 5. But the police came and destroyed my hemp field in 2021, and I was all legal. It was the first year I put it up, and they came and destroyed it. I got pictures of it. I got recordings of the lady cop lying,
Good, good.
saying take pictures, and I was standing right there. She was taking pictures. Agricultural covered it up. That's another lawsuit. Um,
Yep,
and the OCM, I was supposed to get license number 225 with the OCM, and the police called the OCM and told them not to give me a license. And I'm an out of state business. I'm Frank Farm LLC, a business in Vermont that went over to New York to do the hemp farming. And I'm a business, and they came and destroyed my field, and they lied about it, and they trespassed. And the
that's
neighbors seen
big
me,
money.
and my lawyer, I went to my lawyer, put $750 on his desk, and he said, "I know you know they did it. You wouldn't have came here and put $750 on my desk." But all he did is he ran down to Albany and put a hold on everything because he preserved it. Because after 90 days, you don't have a leg to stand on.
Yeah.
So um, I called the lawyer. It was Wednesday. And then he told me, "Oh, you got to come down tomorrow." I get down there tomorrow. He Googles 90 days from that date, and it was Friday. So it was the next day, was the 90th day. So he goes, I got to go to Albany this afternoon. So I gave him the money in the morning, and he fucking ran down to Albany and put a hold on it. And that was back in September. Or, no, that was back in December of 2021. No, it was
You'll
after that.
see it by 99.
No, it happened in September 17th. They came and destroyed it. That's when I made the report. I knew right away the cops did it because the plants were displanted. The stems are really small. They, they didn't even root into the ground, and they were cut with a machete. And you could have just pulled the plant out of the ground. What the fuck? Who the fuck would cut a plant that small anyway? This planted 2 weeks ago, and nothing on it. So I knew the cops did it, and they destroyed. So I had 1,000 plants, and they said, "How much are they worth?" I said 1,000 each. So that's $1 million
Pound
right
each.
there.
Yep.
I told him 1,000 each, and I even talked to Tom Howard from Cannabis Legalization News, and he said, "Yeah, good, good that you said that, 1,000." And so they
Yep.
owe me. So they owe me $1 million times 10, because if you destroy someone's farm, it's 10 times agricultural made the law. So it's 10 times. So that's $10 million. Okay. But if I get the lawyer to do anything, he's not jumping on it. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm telling him. So now other shit's going on. Uh, like I was harassed by 20 years from this one cop who's seen the plants. Okay, I moved to Vermont. They came with search warrants and everything back in the 90s, in the late 90s, I think, or early 2000s. Probably in 2000 something. They came and searched my New York place, didn't find nothing. And they, I could have sued them then. And they, they did a lot of shit. They called the Well Drilling Association, and because I was registered, I got a well drilling rig. I was going to put my own well in, and I was registered with them for 7 years. And I get a sticker every year, and what do you call it? They called them up and told them, oh, he can't put his well in. So the Well Drilling Association calls me a week later and says, oh, we read it wrong. You're not allowed to put your well in. I'm like, what? So he stopped me from building a homestead over there now. Okay. So um, I ended up going to Vermont because I was fighting for medical cannabis over there for a long time, calling the Board of Health, calling all these people, the governor, legislators, and telling them that, I got glaucoma, man. And I need the cannabis for my glaucoma. And New York, back in 1877, they legalized cannabis for cancer and glaucoma. It was on the news nationwide. I was in Chicago and I heard it on
8
the news.
patients.
And the guy that was supposed to make the rules about it died or retired. No, he retired. So they just left it like that. They legalized it for glaucoma and everything. So technically, it was legal in 1977, I think it was, so 78 when they did that. So um, yeah, so I got Governor Como to legalize it, nationwide TV, in I guess about 2012. Okay, he legalized medical for cancer and glaucoma again. I mean, it was already done, but he legalized it again. And this cop called the Board of Health, told them to take glaucoma off the list because too many people have glaucoma. So he just ruined all these people's eyes by doing that. You know what I mean? And why they legalize it and then they took it off the list. And they know it works, helps glaucoma because that cop called them and told them to do that. Just like he called the Well Drilling Association. And I used to get my packages opened up. The boxes would be ripped open, and my
Time to
Christmas
move.
presents, yeah, my Christmas presents would be coming with the rips in the box. And I go to the
Time to
post.
move.
I go to the post office, and the lady looks at me like, you? You know what I mean? She had a face like she knew, like she's like you smoke weed, like something like that. You know what I mean? Like you. And so this cop was trying to get me for like a long time and couldn't catch me. And so now he took glaucoma off the list. So I ended up finding a place in Vermont and built the homestead over there, kind of here. And I I started the hemp business in 2019. I used to drive a taxi on the weekends in the summer down on Long Island this whole time, ever since 1995, 96. I think 96 or 97 until COVID. Every summer I'd be going down on the weekends, driving taxi down there. But let's get that out of the way. But so and like I just lost my train of thought again. But oh yeah, so
Being
I
a
moved.
taxi driver in New York, man, that would be like, a dealer's dream. You get in the car, hey.
Yeah, well, I knew all the guys because I used to drive a taxi in the Hamptons, and I did it for seven. I did it for 24 years. In the last 5 years or 7 years, these New York City cab drivers would find out about the Hamptons. So because they would say there was someone wanted to come out there. So they got to drive them out there. They were like, "Wow, this place is good." You know what I mean? So now they're coming out here on the weekends. No one's in the city now. In the summertime, you go into New York City, it's empty. Everybody's in the Hamptons. So,
It's
um,
cool.
so what do you call it? So all these guys are coming from the city now, and I'm meeting them all, and they're bringing weed from the city, and I got weed, and this guy's got weed, and we all meet up, we roll joints, smoke. I used to call it a driver's conference. I go driving conference. We used to have this place we called the Boneyard because we that's where we had a couple of wrecks and stuff like that, or we needed parts, bulbs. We'd go over there and take a bulb out or something. So we'd meet up there and smoke weed in between the calls and shit. If no one wasn't doing nothing, and they would run over there and see who's there, smoke or whatever, and then go back out. If they got a little time in between the trains, when the train came in, because you wanted to be at the train and people
Yeah.
coming, and then you take them to the house, and then you want them to get you later. They're like, "Oh, can we call you later?" Like, yeah. And I had the big van, so I used to get party van. I used to get like van loads and shit, and make decent money. I started out in a car. And then I ended up going to the van because I was like, oh fuck, make more money in the van. I used to make some weekends were bad for the vans. I would be in a car. I would book. We call it book. I would book more than the guys in the van. I used to fucking rip around in the cars and shit. Fucking, I was like quick. I was there. People weren't even ready. Oh, we gotta wait. I just called. I was like, oh shit. You know what I mean? But it was fun. I had a great time. Yeah,
Sounds
very
like
good.
it.
Oh, it was fun, and I got paid. Sometimes I make 400 or 500 a night, 600 a night. And I would drive. I would sleep. My friend had a house there. I would stay over there. He ended up going to California. Then I was the caretaker of the place over there back then, and I'd have a room there. So I'd go down there and have a room, and then I'd let someone else take over the place because I was going back for the winter. And then he kicked me out, and uh, I ended up going to the back shop and staying there. And then he says, "Oh, now the one of the owners wants money." So I ended up just leaving and then went to my other friend's house. That we had a house in Southampton on Shinnecock Hill. It was like right by the Shinnecock golf course, and it was the highest place in the Shinnecock Hills. So he was like on the top of the place. He had a nice house he built. And I used to camp out in his yard and go shower in there when I got up or when I got off work. And in the morning, all the we had a lot of different cab drivers that lived there. So we have a big table in the living room. And in the morning, we'd all sit down at the table and get high and talk about what went on last night. You know what I mean? And all hung out there, and then everyone would go crash. You know what I mean? So that was cool. So I was over there, and then a couple of years I camped out in woods. I had a nice spot in Southampton in the woods, right behind the movie theater, and we actually had an office over there too. So that we'd park our vehicles in the back parking lot, and that's where the woods was. So no one knew I was in the woods. I set up a tent and I fucking camouflaged the whole area, put like bamboo or leaves and stuff all around it so you couldn't even see in. You could walk a foot away from it, you wouldn't even know. And I had it all camouflaged, but the one backside I didn't camouflage. And I went in there. I would take like 2 gallons of water. I'd fill at the train station and what do you call it, bring it over there. And I had a sunny spot where I put it in the sun. So when I'm sleeping, I work nights. So when I'm sleeping in the day, I'm get up and I got hot water in the jug. So I can take a shower, get shampoo, shower right there in the woods, and my toothbrush and everything. One time I come back and things have moved around a little bit, and my toothbrush is gone. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm gone.
It's like, who fucking took my toothbrush? Well, the cops must have found it because one later on, no one, nothing happened for like the next month or so. And I'm sleeping in the tent and I hear someone like, I get out and it's a fucking cop. And he's like, I didn't even know this place was here. But I seen it from the backside. I didn't really do the backside where it was an old sump there. There's like a tunnel. There's supposedly there's tunnels there that run to Montauk, but with like electric lines and everything. But I don't know about that. But I heard a couple different stories about tunnels from the when they used to bootleg stuff
Yeah.
from, and they had tunnels from Montauk all the way into East Quad, is what I'm hearing. And supposedly there's a way in East Quad where there's like a bar where there's the entrance to go through the tunnel, is what I hear. But yeah, so he seen my tent from a different angle. So he's like, oh, let me see your ID. And it was in my car. So I went out to the car. And then he wants to search my car and all this shit. And I was like, no, what are you doing? And he sees I had blood pressure pills at the time. I stopped taking them because they were ruining my heart. And and uh, and he sees my pills and he's like, Whose are those? If those ain't yours, you're gonna be arrested. And if your name's not on there, and he's being a total dickhead. And I'm like, what the fuck? I go, here's my ID and shit. He's like, oh, you know, whatever. And he wants to take this further. And I'm like, wait a minute. I work here. I'm a taxi driver here. I'm sleeping in the day. And he's like, he gives me a ticket for littering, I think. I think he
Something.
gives me a ticket for littering. I'm not sure. So I ended up going to the court. And the judge from Southampton, okay, well, one of my girlfriends out there, uh, mother, her mother's, I think her daughter or cousin or something is the judge. So I almost dated, I think, her mother, the judge's mother. I mean, she took me for my road test once, and yeah, I hung out with her daughter, and her mother ended up taking me to for a road test once, and she was hot. And I was like, whoa. And I was like, yeah. So, um, yeah, so I ended up knowing their family and kind of like, I think she knew I knew the family and everything. And so at the taxi place where we had another office, there's a circle where people used to park at the circle and then walk to the office and get their vehicle. And I used to park at the circle, and all the taxi drivers would make a mess, and there'd be garbage all around here. So I used to go clean up the circle, and the boss had a mower. He's like, "Hey, you want to go cut that?" And I was like, "Sure." So I went up there, I cut the circle, all the grass around it and everything, and made it nice. And so I went to the judge, and first I had a soccer T-shirt on. She wasn't too happy about me wearing a soccer T-shirt. I don't think soccer, and yeah, whatever. And then I was like, I said, Your Honor, I go, I didn't litter. I pick up Marine. It's called what's it called? Mariners Drive Industrial Park. The circle. I clean up the circle from all the taxi people and all the garbage, and I go around pick up everything, and I even cut the grass over there. And when she's like, "Oh, really? Yeah, okay, yeah, dismissed, time served, dismissed, or whatever." I dismissed it. You know what I mean? But I used to every time I get a speeding ticket, okay, I would go to the court, and since I have a clean license, they would knock it down to a parking ticket. It'd be $150, you know, and walk out with no points or nothing like that. So that's
I
basically.
was I was with my grandpa driving his car going to get firewood for him with him. And I got pulled over and I knew my license was suspended because of child support and worse comp not paying it on time. And I got pulled over in the city that they lived in, and the cop just said, well, go get the firewood and go back home. So yeah, I know those type of cops. That was that was back in the day when you get away with that.
We used to drink and drive all the time back then.
Yeah.
We had coolers
Pour
full
out
of
the
beer.
alcohol, put the
We had
bottle in the
cup
trash
holders.
can down at the end of the street.
We used to have cup holders on the car and the fucking doors with beers and shit back in the 70s. Yeah.
Yeah.
was a good
You
old
get
drink.
away with shit then, not today.
I quit drinking 1990. I'm glad I did that. Yeah, the 80s was a lot of toot going on
Yeah.
in the mid 80s. I even quit doing that in 86. I think it was 85 or 86 when I went to the Hamptons. I think I quit doing that. It was I quit right when Oakland had that earthquake at the World Series. At that
87.
time, I think it was 87 maybe. I think I quit in 85. But I, I remember I wasn't doing that shit when they had that earthquake at the World Series back
Yeah,
in
it
the
was like
day.
87, 88 out in Oakland.
Yeah, I think it was 87. I think. Yeah, I was just going out to the Hamptons at that time. I was just breaking the ice and getting out there. I think we went on the boat. I came back, and we were going back out again to the Hamptons. But then I lived in the Hamptons for years. I was caretakers in Noyak. I had a place over there. I used to caretake. I had a couple places where I would caretake the place.
He had some sweet jobs to grow some pot.
Yeah, well, that's what people did. On the big estates, they did when they grew stuff out there. And I was doing all the caretaking jobs before I was doing the taxi. When I bought my property upstate in '96, um, then I started driving a taxi that next summer. Or that summer, I started driving that. I didn't drive the taxi while I was down there. Then I figured out. I go, wow, this is good. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm driving around getting money, and I'm getting stoned and listening to music, and people are giving me money.
Giving me money.
I'm like, this is great. I go, fuck, I do this all the time. Yeah. So every summer after that, I was there. It was great. I see J5 in chat. He's got a package on the way. I gave him a bunch of seeds. And I wanted to get them out earlier, but I'm waiting on stickers, and the guy still hasn't gotten them. But I got the business cards, so I'm sending them out to him.
Did I hear duck race?
Right?
Toot toot.
I don't know. Can you pull up a wheel?
Yep. Yeah, I live
With
in Durand, Michigan's largest Swiss yard in the state.
where's D? Took a nap.
I, I don't know.
I'm still
He's
here.
over there.
Eh?
I can't see the clock here. It looks like, let me go look.
2 o'clock.
2 a.m.
It's 2.
11
Yeah.
o'clock. Yeah. 11 hours.
All right, I just figured I'd jump on. I got this book I'm going to show you. I got bags of weed here. I don't know. You're not on the. I don't see you on the screen now. I mean, I don't see me on the screen.
You're a big screen.
Now I see myself. And then I just reached over there and I'm pulling. I got these bags of weed from oh, how many years ago? These are like sample bags.
that you have yet to taste.
I can't read the name of that one. It's faded away. And this one, and then this one.
Is it still green?
This one has a seed vial in it. I don't know. Big buds, but
Ow.
I don't know if we can. I got a delay on this phone here. I'm like showing
Right on.
Reed to
Yeah,
the
well,
camera. I'm trying to show Reed. I'm holding it up at the camera, but
It's showing it.
there we go.
if you put your hand behind it, it
Now,
kind of blocks your face and your camera kind of goes towards the weed.
what do you call it? No, it's not even showing on the screen. I'm like delayed. Yeah. Hold on, I got him on the thing.
But yeah, if you don't have a baby bottle full of seeds, they're not old.
Yes, I just found these bags. I don't know what they are. They've been laying around here for years.
That's a 30-year-old seeds in that baby bottle.
I got American Choppers magazine. I mean, not magazine, the book.
That's a
Got
cool
the-
book.
Let's see, I'll show you.
Oh yeah, well, no, you killed the hot dog.
I forgot I was making a hot dog. Uh-oh.
It's dead.
Oh, that's beautiful. I like them like that. All split open. Like exploded and split and
Fully
everything.
cooked.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I knew I was supposed to do this for show. Now I'm looking for, oh boy. Oh, that book. What did I do with the book?
Oh boy.
Uncle Rick Part 2.
Oh, here it is. It's American Chopper, the fine art of the custom motorcycle.
Oh,
Okay, now I'm showing you book, but the thing isn't on. There
There
it
it
is.
is. It switches when you talk.
Yeah, no, well, my picture wasn't there. I mean, the chair was empty. I'm sitting in the chair. Okay, this is the book. Um, it's these American Choppers. Open it up now. It's taking. You can see them. It's all like nice pictures of motorcycles. All like brand new. This book. It's a little stiff. I haven't even opened it.
that's what she said.
I got this free at the free store. You go there, everything's free. You go in there, and you have all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
I seen this, and I got their autograph on this other thing that was a picture, a handwritten picture with all three of them autographs on it. And I have that in New York. It's the Orange County Chopper people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Nice book. It has, this is metal too. This the thing in the middle, this chrome. You see?
That's a nice book for free.
Yeah, yeah. I got
I
that,
took some auction catalogs for free the other day.
and I got my yeah. I got my Lost Coast plant therapy hat on and the lab coat in it, and then I have the hydrozyme hat that I got with some hydrozyme stuff that I haven't used yet. I'm just trying to go all organic. I don't know how organic that is, so I'm not going to mess with it from the CBD this year. It's doing great. The plants are like 4 foot now. They're looking real good. The farm's looking good, both of them. The oak's
Good.
looking nice. Hope the animals don't kill it. We all got a good rain. We got a good rain over there today, and we got one here in Vermont, so everything's good and watered. Everything's just going right on track, right on schedule, and we'll see what happens. You know, gonna, there's two different types of phenos of the CBD, and J5, I'm sending him seeds of those. Two different types of CBD seeds, and a whole bunch of other seeds. I got them the 2021 mix. I got them the 2022 mix. And I think the 2020, I know I got them the 2023 mix. And then I got them the 455 is a Thai weed cross that has tiny seeds. And there's a 419, another Thai weed cross. And actually, I found the ABC mutant cross. Or it could be the ABC mutant times by the ABC mutant now. I'm not sure which bag that is. If it has the ABC leaves on the leaves, but the seeds from that is what I gave them. So I'm not sure what they're gonna come out like. It could be the ABC mutant, or it could have been the one that I crossed with the freak show. That was it was a freak show cross that I used across the way. So yeah, so so I luckily I found that bag when I was putting this package together, and then I gave him some arrowheads, spearheads, and a bunch of other little stuff. One of these things that you put your lighter in, and you can't really. I'm a delay on my screen showing me. Is a clip with a leaf on
Yeah.
it. Massachusetts, something, and then it has a place where you can put your lighter and you can clip it on to yourself. So if you need a light, you can just grab it and you get a light.
You gotta watch girls that grab that lighter because they'll just let that thing go. And man, if you got it like
Depends where you
attached to the
have it.
front of you, that could be a problem.
Depends where you have it hooked in.
Man, I've been biffed many times by a lighter.
J5. I got more than enough. I can, I got tons of seeds that I can't even grow because I'm trying to grow right now CBD, so I'm not growing my weed. I got a couple of volunteers, but um, I'm growing the purple haze and the Northern Lights number 10.
You roll out a joint. You
Uh-huh.
you roll a nighttime joint?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I got the melon cake and the Mandarin Sunset, the AK,
I've
a
got
couple,
some cherry 8Ks I want to pop.
and some. I got the Thai weed growing. It's the green and the purple. There's two different types. I had that for years growing now. I kept cuts all. I kept cuts going all winter and for like a couple of years now, and kept them going. The plants got so big over the winter, I had to cut the tops off them instead of making like colognes off the bottom branches. I'm like cutting plants in half and making colognes off of half a plant. And I got a couple of them outside right now, like almost 6 foot. And I'm trying to make a reversal, but it hasn't been working. I've been spraying it. I went out the other night and sprayed again, and it still hasn't shown anything. I've been trying this for a couple of months, spraying it.
How often
So,
are you spraying it, Doc?
well, I did it like once, and then like 4 or 5 days later, I was
No,
told to
no,
do
no,
it.
no. No, you need to do it like every couple days.
Well, I've been spraying every once in a while, so I've been spraying. I sprayed last night. Was it? Then it
Because what
rained.
you're trying to do is you're trying to suppress one side of the plant. So you need to keep giving it that mixture over and over again until that plant finally flips.
Yeah, I've been trying spraying it, and I sprayed it last night. Then it rained this morning on it. I got them outside, and one of the Thai weed is not even showing anything yet to even. So I don't think that one's going to work even at all. The other one at least has hairs on it, the Northern Lights, where that one might, but it hasn't yet.
The Thai weed ain't gonna finish until February, March.
No, it's. I'm trying. I got them in the greenhouse now. Some of them.
What you need to do is you need to start clones off like early April and have a way to be able to light dep them.
That's what I'm doing now. I got a greenhouse with a black cover over it,
Yeah.
and the ends are open now. But I put the lights on during the day, and so at night it's totally dark. So they're getting dark, but um, they're not flipping yet. I I never flipped a plant before. I always do it outdoors where it flips itself. You know what I
When
mean?
I do tie indoor, sometimes to get them to flip, I need to go down to like 8 hours of light.
Yeah, these things need about fucking 24 hours of darkness for like a week.
Well, the ties are used to right around 1212 their whole lifetime. In
I know.
Thailand, where I was at, there was, there wasn't much off that 1212. You went about an hour later or an hour earlier, and that was it. There was a 2 hour shift, but that was it. So you want 11 hours or you want 13 hours?
Right.
And in Thailand, there's actually a lot of what I call twilight, where, there's still enough for you to see really well, but the sun's not up yet. It's
Uh-huh.
not getting direct light. That's what I found in Thailand.
Okay. Well, mine gets a little light before the lights come on because it's getting light out because the ends are kind of like open so the airflow. Otherwise, it'll be way too hot and too much humidity in that. So they do
I
get a
love
little.
that.
They still get a little light, um, but they get the 12 hours of direct light. But they get still a little bit of regular light from being light outside. So hopefully they'll flip. That or I got to bring them in and do them.
Or cover the ends.
Yeah, both ends. But then it's going to be too steamy and hot in there.
Yeah. Got to
It's,
move that air.
it ain't easy to grow Thailand, I'll tell you. I grew some last year. I haven't even looked at it yet. You know what I mean? It's like put away. I don't even think it's, you know, if
You
I
mean
thought
you
it
started
was,
growing it last
I
year and
mean,
it finished in February or March
I
of
ain't
this
gonna
year?
see that I used to get back in the 70s. Okay, I don't think I'll see that. you know, you
I
know.
think you've got bombarded with weed that is actually stronger than just field Thai. Because when I went to Thailand, most of the weed there was testing between 8 and 12%.
uh
And
Well,
then you would find specific ones that would hit 17, 18%.
yeah. Well, back in the day, back in the 70s, I don't know what it was, but it got you fucking really high. And the stuff that was aged, and that shit we'd almost trip off of on a couple hits.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You fucking hallucinate basically on that shit. I,
Fermented.
I mean, they say it's a mild hallucinogenic, but it's super mild. I haven't, I haven't fucking hallucinated except a couple of times I might see something like, is that, I just see something run by or dripping.
Yeah, don't drink my Kool-Aid, Doc.
So,
My Kool-Aid will get you seeing a lot of shit that it, just melts on you.
well, that's what I need. I need shit that's gonna make me see shit now.
And a mattress, brother.
All right, I think I'm gonna call it a night.
I think it's about night. Call it night for me too. My glass is finished.
Right on, guys. Any last words? Who wants to go first?
I'm sweating. I'm sitting here sweating, man. I gotta get some fresh air. I
I
was
got
out.
two fans on me.
I closed all the windows earlier. I didn't have, and I already I went and moved 3 Northern Lights plants that I got to put in the ground that I didn't yet. So I moved them to where they're gonna go, and I put down some 20-year-old ashes probably from the wood stove. I sprinkled them. I put some of those down in between the rows. So just a little while ago, I did that before I came on. It was too hot to work in the day. I got to do shit at night.
True.
You know, it's too hot in the day. I can't. I took a nap today. I mean, it was so fucking hot, and I just
Yeah.
couldn't. I did
Well,
work in the
that
morning. I planned like 20 fucking Northern Lights, but um,
that that's why in Thailand my day starts at 4:30 a.m.
yeah.
because by
Right.
10, 11 o'clock, you want to be inside out of the sun.
Right. I'm sweating like you wouldn't believe out there. And my just get all sweaty. I gotta go wipe them off and wipe off my face. And it's fucking hot, man. It's a lot of work, but luckily
Yep.
I got feminized. I mean, not last year, the year before, I was pulling male plants for a month and a half, looking at them every day, looking, is it a male or is it a male? Looking at, going to the next one, going to the next one. Fuck that. It's like fucking crazy. That's why I went feminized last year and this year. You
Thank you.
know, it's up to a couple other people that are ain't. I gotta look over. But basically, that's the deal. All right.
Good.
Who wants to go first?
Peace,
I'll go.
everyone.
I'll
Later.
go first. This Southern Vermont vintage. I seen the square down there, but my eyes are getting bad, but I didn't know he was there hanging out. All right. Have a good night. I got to get something to drink and I'm sweating.
Later, Doc. Thanks for coming hanging
Later,
out,
Doc.
man.
All right,
Yeah,
brother.
good seeing you, brother.
Yeah.
Okay.
You come
Good
back
night.
anytime. Come back on anytime, Doc.
Okay. Yeah. If I get time,
Yeah,
I like.
I know.
I got to show the New York farm
Mm,
in the daytime, and
mhm.
I got
You
to
gotta come
use.
play poker with us, Doc.
Yeah, I got to learn a little bit more. I know how to play poker, but I'm not. I don't know how you guys do it on the game. I don't know how you. I don't see. I don't know. We gotta have to figure it out. If I get time,
Yeah.
I'm going to be real busy. So, all right. Let me go. Have a good night.
You too, Doc.
Peace.
All right.
Go for a cat.
Take care.
Okay.
Well, D, Fumi, appreciate time just letting us hang out. It was great to hear Doc's story and get a little bit of background on him.
Yeah.
He's one of those East Coast legacy people that we talk about. We've got Buddy Kilowatt and now we've got Doc. So we got East and West Coast.
Yeah, man.
So everyone, have a good night. Peace
Later,
out.
cat. Thanks for coming hanging out again.
Hey, no problem, brother. Peace.
Later. Southern, you there? No, I guess she's not. All right. Anyways, I guess I'll go. Thanks everybody for tuning in to the Saturday Takeover Show. Don't forget on coming up on Tuesday, the Tuesday show, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, or 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock Pacific, with my show and the pre-show on my channel, D Zombie underscore 795 or something like that. Anyways, check me out. Just Google me, search me, you'll find me. Um, yeah, followed by the Wednesday show, the safety meeting, 12 o'clock Pacific, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I think that's all the announcements. Don't forget to check out Fumadoro.com, Fume the Gold, to get yourself some awesome, awesome genetics. He's got some new stuff out now. Some genetics, and get some of his merch, like the awesome Team Brains D Zombie high noon safety meeting hoodie. All right, guys. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. Have a great rest of the weekend and midweek. We'll see you all on Tuesday. Peace out.